Have you ever felt like your mere presence bothers people? Not because you said something wrong or acted with hostility, but simply because you were yourself. No masks, no need to please. In certain places, you don't have to shout to make others uncomfortable. All it takes is refusing to bow, not laughing at things you don't find funny, not agreeing with what you find absurd. The silence of someone who thinks differently often echoes louder than 1,000 voices repeating the same thought. Nietzsche knew this. That's why he said the world hates those who refuse to obey. We live surrounded by invisible structures demanding conformity, standards of behavior, imposed morality, social rules that cannot be questioned without being labeled arrogant, difficult, or problematic. But is obedience really a sign of virtue? Or is it in many cases just fear? Fear of being judged, rejected, excluded? Because deep down, being free is an offense to a world built on repetition. True freedom, the kind that starts within, as a visceral rejection of pretending, is seen as a threat. And not without reason. When someone decides to be honest with themselves, they reveal what others try to hide, that they live according to others' expectations. The refusal to obey exposes the cowardice of those who follow rules without knowing why, who shape their opinions based on what the group accepts, who need applause just to feel alive. The free person makes others uncomfortable because they don't need an audience. Nietzsche understood there's a subtle kind of violence in the demand for obedience. It's not about chains or physical restraints, but a constant pressure to stay silent, to adapt, to shrink yourself. The world fears those who break from that because they function like mirrors. They expose what no one wants to see, that freedom requires courage, sacrifice, clarity, and that most people would rather enjoy the comfort of a cage than take on the responsibility of thinking for themselves. So if you've ever felt this discomfort simply by existing, you're not alone. You're just free in a place where everyone has been trained to obey. Nietzsche never trusted traditional morality. To him, the idea of virtue we're taught from a young age didn't come from nobility, but from resentment. In On the Genealogy of Morals, he maps out a dark path. The values we now consider good, like humility, obedience, submission, were created by the weak, not as a celebration of goodness, but as revenge against the strong. Kindness became a kind of disguise, a subtle strike. If I can't be like you, I'll turn your strength into evil and my weakness into purity. That's how obedience gained the status of virtue. This mechanism started with slave morality. Slaves in the symbolic sense, those who feel powerless, oppressed, and secretly envy others' freedom. Instead of confronting that impotence, they built a value system where resignation is praised and rebellion is condemned. Courage became arrogance, autonomy became pride, boldness became sin. Slowly, we were trained to believe that being obedient is being good, but no one asks, good for whom? Morality, in this view, is a tool of control. It doesn't guide us toward goodness, it domesticates us. We're praised when we lower our heads, when we follow the line, when we don't question. The better you adapt, the more likely you'll be labeled as exemplary. But if you challenge things, you're branded difficult, selfish, or dangerous. Nietzsche invites us to look beyond this. He asks, are you really good or just well-trained? The culture of obedience didn't take over through force, but through seduction. It presents itself as ethics, as spirituality, as a path to peace. But in many cases, it's just fear disguised as virtue. It's the renunciation of your own judgment, the suspension of critical thinking in the name of supposed order. And anyone who tries to step outside becomes an anomaly. Because questioning the roots of morality isn't just philosophy. It shakes the very foundation that holds the herd together. Being free in this context isn't just about disobeying external rules. It's realizing that many of your convictions were implanted, and having the courage to ask, do I truly believe in this? Or did I just get used to obeying? Nietzsche didn't write to please. He wrote to shake people awake. And one of the most disturbing images he gives us is that of the last man. This figure isn't cruel or wicked. In fact, he's harmless. He spends his life chasing comfort, safety, small pleasures, and social approval. He no longer wants to take risks, to suffer, or to become more than what he is. He just wants to be like everyone else, equal, predictable, domesticated. And that's exactly why he marks the end of human greatness. The last man is the final product of herd morality. He runs from pain, avoids conflict, and distrusts anything that requires effort or depth. He's traded autonomy for stability, his thoughts for prepackaged opinions. Freedom terrifies him because it implies responsibility. It means looking at himself and confronting the emptiness that appears when there are no more rules to follow. Faced with that, he chooses obedience, not out of virtue, but out of fear. Nietzsche saw this figure as a degeneration of life, a tired, worn-out spirit that prefers comfortable mediocrity over the risky intensity of freedom. And here's where the real problem starts. When someone dares to step outside this pattern, they don't just threaten the social order, they disturb the emotional safety of the herd. The presence of a free thinker is unsettling because it forces others to ask themselves, what if I'm just hiding? And no one wants to face that answer. That's why those who refuse to obey are discredited, labeled as crazy, egocentric, radical, not for what they do, but for what they represent. A break from the norm, a crack in the consensus, a reminder that living on autopilot might not be real life. The herdman doesn't hate the authentic out of malice, but out of defense. He needs to protect his closed world from any sign of possibility. And here lies the paradox. The closer someone gets to inner freedom, the more dangerous they become to those who are trapped. Because their very existence proves there's a way out. And those who rely on crutches can't stand seeing someone walk on their own 2 feet. Obedience isn't just a moral demand. It's, above all, the foundation of social coexistence. In a world where everything must operate with precision, where each person plays a predetermined role, obedience guarantees predictability. It prevents chaos, reduces conflict, keeps the wheels turning. But at what cost? The same order that protects also imprisons. The same stability that soothes also drains vitality. Often, the price of harmony is the death of spontaneity. From an early age, we're taught that obedience is the safest path. Those who question too much are labeled insolent. Those who choose their own steps are viewed with suspicion. A system has been built where being well adapted is seen as success, even if that adaptation comes at the cost of one's soul. And what's most curious is that this obedience is rarely enforced through direct violence. Most of the time, it's internalized as a virtue. The individual learns to police themselves, to trim their own impulses, to repress their most intimate truths for the sake of acceptance. The German thinker saw this as a sign of cultural weakness. To him, real strength wasn't in following orders, but in creating one's own path. Rather than settling for ready-made answers, the free spirit longs to understand, even if it leads to discomfort, conflict, or solitude. But this search for authenticity destabilizes the silent pact of society. Because when someone refuses to obey, they're not just making a personal choice. They're exposing the artificiality of the rules that others follow without question. The figure who breaks from the social order reveals another way of existing, and that makes people uneasy. It shows that the system might not be natural or inevitable, that obedience might be a choice, not an obligation, and that beneath the appearance of peace, there's a silent emotional cost, the suffocation of the self. It's not easy to deal with that. That's why those who are different are often pushed to the margins. Not for being violent, but for being true. In a world where everyone has been trained to bend, the one who remains upright looks dangerous. Obedience doesn't come out of nowhere. It's taught, cultivated, repeated like a mantra from the earliest years of life. The child who questions too much is scolded. The one who follows rules without hesitation is praised. Little by little, we're shaped by a subtle but relentless pedagogy, an education that doesn't form free individuals, but subjects trained to accept, to fit in, to stay silent when something feels wrong. School, instead of awakening thought, often becomes the first laboratory of domestication. The philosopher viewed with suspicion those institutions that preach morality, but demand submission. It's no coincidence that he fiercely attacked educational systems, religious structures, and political systems alike. To him, there wasn't much difference between a pastor's sermon, a politician's speech, or a teacher's lecture that won't tolerate being questioned. In all of them, there's a hidden message. Don't think for yourself. Follow the path we've already drawn for you. Traditional religion taught for centuries that salvation comes through obedience. That doubt is a sin. That humility is a virtue, even when it turns into self-denial. Politics, in turn, sells freedom as a promise, but demands absolute loyalty to the very systems it created. And deep down, all these structures share the same desire: to keep the individual under control, to reduce their potential, to neutralize their ability to disrupt the order. The free spirit is seen as a problem from the start, because they ask questions that have no easy answers, because they don't accept it's always been this way, as justification. And because, even in silence, they carry in their eyes a spark that threatens everything designed to keep the masses at peace, the will to live on their own terms. This pedagogy of servitude works largely because it's dressed in good intentions. It disguises itself as care, as guidance, as protection. But the result is an army of souls afraid of themselves, who avoid the mirror, who trade truth for comfort. And when they see someone breaking that cycle, they feel attacked, as if the other's freedom were a personal insult. To be free in this world is a silent crime. And like any crime that threatens the system, it must be punished. Even if the punishment comes in the form of isolation, disdain, or invisibility. Society doesn't need prisons to punish those who break the invisible contract of obedience. There's a much more effective kind of punishment: emotional isolation. When someone thinks differently, acts unexpectedly, or simply refuses to accept certain norms without questioning them, they aren't immediately confronted. They're slowly silenced. Mockery, veiled contempt passed off as humor, subtle exclusion. It's not a direct attack, but a gradual erasure. That's the price paid by those who don't bow. It doesn't matter how just or serene someone's stance is. If they stray from the collective path, they become a target. And not necessarily for what they do, but for what they represent. The mere fact of not needing external approval is seen as arrogance. The courage to live by one's own truth is labeled egotism. Integrity becomes insolence. Because anyone who dares to be whole in a fragmented world ends up being mistaken for a threat. The German thinker claimed that real freedom is not the absence of external chains. It's the inner readiness to be hated, rejected, and still remain standing. And that may be the cruelest part. The solitary rebel isn't necessarily at war with the world, but the world wages war against him. Not because he's an enemy, but because his existence reveals a flaw in the system, a crack in the facade of unanimity. The different one pays dearly for refusing to conform, not with physical violence, but with the weight of indifference, with eyes that look right through them, with conversations where their opinion is ignored, with spaces where their presence is tolerated, but never truly welcomed. It's exile without a name, a punishment that leaves no visible marks, but eats away from within. And yet, it is from this marginal place that true freedom is born, because the one who survives silence learns to hear their own voice. The one who endures exclusion finds within themselves a deeper presence, and the one who doesn't kneel before the will of others begins to walk on their own, even if it's down lonely paths. They walk among us with the upright posture of those who refuse to pretend. They are silent, but their silence echoes like thunder. They have no intention of confronting anyone, yet their mere presence is destabilizing. Because by carrying the weight of exile, by resisting domestication, they become dangerous. And it's precisely that danger that signals the birth of something new. A type of human being who no longer lives under the rules of the herd, nor bows to the applause of the obedient. It's at this point that the most provocative image of the one who dared to think against the current begins to emerge. The overman. Not a superhero, nor a superior being in the usual sense, but someone who has broken with slave morality, who has destroyed within themselves the need to please, and now lives from an internal center, without asking for permission to exist. They do not obey, not out of stubbornness or vanity, but because nothing outside them is worthy of blind submission anymore. They have become their own law, their own measure, their own standard. This figure doesn't seek acceptance, doesn't long to belong, because they understand that every attempt to fit into molds created by others is a form of self-mutilation. What they want is to create new values, new ways of living, new ways of being human. Their path is solitary, not because they hate others, but because most people still wouldn't be able to walk beside someone who abandoned the old maps. They do not lead crowds. They simply light the way for those ready to see. There's no romanticism in this path. What there is strength. A strength born from direct confrontation with emptiness, with anguish, with the absurd. They pass through it all without guarantees, without rewards, because they know that true greatness isn't about being recognized. It's about being faithful to who you are, even if no one applauds, even if everything around you tries to convince you that living authentically is a mistake. And so, this being who walks at the edge of the crowd slowly becomes a sacred and unsettling presence. They demand nothing from others, but simply by existing, they force people to ask themselves whether they are truly alive, or just obeying out of habit. But living like this comes with a cost, and it's not a small one. Those who decide to break free from the invisible chains of obedience don't find peace right away. They find the desert first. Solitude isn't a metaphor. It's real, dense, cutting. Those who leave the herd don't step into blooming fields. They step into ruins. Ruins of old certainties, of friendships that couldn't handle the difference, of bonds that only existed as long as there was submission. Freedom isn't a promise of comfort. It's an invitation to clarity. And clarity at times hurts like an open wound. There are days when silence weighs more than any scream, when the absence of belonging feels like a cruel punishment. And that's when many ask themselves, is it worth it? What's the point of so much effort if all it brings is rejection, misunderstanding, and sideways glances? But that's the trap. The world tries to make the pain of authenticity feel like failure, when in truth, it's the sign that you are truly alive. Because only those who rip themselves from rotten roots feel the ground tremble. The thinker who inspired this path never promised a happy ending. He didn't sell success formulas or offer spiritual refuge. What he offered was something else: intensity, authenticity, truth. And that can't be found in comfort zones. It only reveals itself to those willing to bleed a little to be whole, to those unafraid to look inside and see everything they left behind for the sake of acceptance. Because in the end, what's gained is not tranquility, it's depth. This is the solitary path, walking among ruins and still standing tall, refusing shortcuts, enduring the void, holding your presence even when no one else sees your worth. It's not about pride, it's about dignity, not about superiority, but about integrity. Because for some, obedience is simply impossible. It would be the same as betraying their own soul. And perhaps, right at this point, a deeper question begins to emerge. Can the truth even be spoken? Or does the world need lies to keep functioning? Truth, contrary to what many believe, does not illuminate. It burns. It doesn't comfort. It exposes. And for that reason, it's almost always unwanted. In a society built on masks, repetition, and convenient narratives, telling the truth is like turning on a light that's far too bright in a room where everyone prefers the shadows. It's no surprise that those who dare to name what is hidden are seen as threats. Lies bring people together, soothe and reassure. But truth separates, unsettles, and destroys illusions that once felt safe. That's why the obedient are promoted. Because they don't make waves. They repeat what they were taught, believe what's socially acceptable, praise what's trendy, and never ask questions that could endanger the system. They are the ideal citizen, predictable, polite, domesticated. But the one who thinks for themselves is a problem, because by saying what no one wants to hear, they reveal just how much everyone else is sustaining a theater, and no one likes to be reminded that they're acting. The German thinker understood this dynamic with fierce clarity. To him, truth is not a goal for everyone. It's a destination for the few who can bear it, because it demands courage. And courage in this context is not epic bravery. It's the willingness to live without the comforts of lies, to not hide behind social rituals, to not seek approval for every move, to truly become free, even if that means being hated by those who chose blindness as a way to survive. This is the great irony. The more sincere someone is, the more they tend to be excluded. Not because they lack love, but because they hold too much truth. The presence of the authentic is like an unfiltered mirror. It shows what's hidden, exposes hypocrisy, reveals the silent agreements of collective pretending. And that hurts. It hurts so much that it's easier to push away the one who speaks the truth than to face the lies that uphold daily life. In the end, truth is always lonely. But for some, it's the only path possible, because to live lying to oneself is too high a price, even if the lie brings company, praise, and false peace. And yet, despite the weight, there is a kind of redemption, not the kind promised by doctrines or institutions, but a redemption that arises in the heart of the individual who decides to turn their life into creation. When someone breaks free from a social role and begins to live as the author of their own existence, something changes profoundly. Every action becomes expression, every choice becomes language, every step a declaration. They no longer live to meet expectations. They live as if sculpting a work of art from their own soul. This is where the power of the disobedient is revealed, because even while being rejected, they bloom. Even when misunderstood, they remain true to themselves. Even without an audience, they dance. And this solitary dance is, at its core, a rare kind of victory. That of someone who doesn't need to defeat anyone else, because they have already overcome themselves. This person isn't interested in applause. They want intensity. They want to live fully, even if it hurts. even if the entire world says it would be easier to fake it. Life, at that point, is no longer a sequence of identical days. It becomes continuous creation, authentic expression, constant risk. It's no longer about being accepted, but about being real. And even if the price is high, it's paid with pride. Because there's no greater dignity than being whole, even if others see that as a mistake. There's a calm strength in those who choose themselves, an untamed beauty in those who refuse to betray who they are. But it takes courage. Courage to lose connections that only existed while obedience lasted. Courage to be hated by those who loved your submissive version. Courage to let go of the safety that comes with the herd. Because deep down, it will all come at a cost. The world will always demand that you kneel. But if you resist, something new begins to emerge. A freedom that doesn't depend on acceptance. A peace that doesn't need permission. A dignity that no one can take away. And maybe, in the end, this is the true measure of a life worth living. The ability to stay standing even when everything around you tells you to fall. The courage to meet your own gaze in the mirror, even when others turn away. The strength to remain alive, even if that means walking alone. Because freedom is not a gift, it's a conquest. And the world only hates those who dare to remind it of that.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
Does he look like a bitch? What?
God damn it. Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man.
Does he look like a bitch?
Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir, please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
We got a lot of folks, especially over the past couple weeks and months, getting on the bandwagon of protesting. And they've come here for years, and it just goes right by their ears that activism has nothing to do with protesting. Protesting is essentially glorified complaining. You want attention, you want to be seen, you want to be heard, you want your opinion to matter, but you don't want to actually have to do something to get on the radar. You don't want to actually have to do something to be seen as credible and resolute. Okay? That doesn't work. You may have a voice, you may speak the truth matters, but your voice and your persona and character attached to that voice and that presentation doesn't matter if you're not creating the solution. You're just whining and complaining. Newsflash, government is not government, it's a corporation. We can go over it till I turn blue. The folks still seemingly on the whole won't get it. Their job here is not to keep you safe, even though they say it is. I know that confuses a lot of people. They say this, but they do this. Yeah, it's called lying. You folks do it to yourself and everyone else every day. Why shouldn't they do it back to you? So I'm just kind of confused why so many citizen slaves who identify as corporate slaves lie to themselves and everyone else all day, every day, and then expect their keepers not to do the same. They're pimps. So here's a clue. Understand the truth, cause and effect, live the truth, sacrifice, get a result, and then maybe your masters and your keepers will start to take you as credible rather than just whining and complaining, wanting to be seen and heard. You can't say that the solution hasn't been brought forth because outside of every majority is a minority experience of actual solutions, and that's exactly why it's a minority experience, because the majority of folks don't want to actually have to change themselves and their life and bring the solution. They want to be able to whine and complain and vote and be seen and heard like a child and have a voice and think mommy and daddy are going to change the way they've been running the house for however many years. Probably not going to happen. So the more you keep begging them and asking them and opting in and buying in, the more they're going to keep doing whatever they want and claiming you asked them for it. Everybody wants to use God and use government. They don't want to be used by God to be the proper government of and by and for the people. That means opting out, self-sufficient, self-sustainable, co-creative, and not cooperating, complying with contracts and obligations that are expected of you that may not be wanted by you, accepted by you. It's very interesting that as someone who took an oath to the Constitution, because you apparently don't know where your rights come from in that contract that says from God, you somehow stick to the phrase or the ideology that we have to give up rights in order to fulfill societal obligations. If I had to come up with an idea or a mission statement, would be we have to give up some of our benefits and privileges and potentially safety in order to secure our rights. So I always find it interesting how you just ask somebody who and what they are, what they're doing, what's their philosophy, what's their credo, and they reveal the core of their beingness in one phrase. So I, for one, am not willing to give up my natural rights in order to carry out societal obligations to a legal society and a legal system, nor do I believe that's beneficial to myself or anybody else, nor is it necessary. What I do believe is that I have had to, and others may have to, give up some of their comforts, their benefits, their privileges, maybe even their safety, because safety in a way is a benefit, it's a privilege, it's an entitlement. In the natural world, right, of it or not, you're not guaranteed safety. You have to, in a way, co-create that or experience it. So, yeah, I stand in that camp, if you want to call it that. We may have to give up some of our safety, some of our comforts in order to secure our rights and property. It's beyond pimp and hoe. So if they're calling you a sovereign citizen, a conspiracy theorist, pick something, right? Pick one of their buzzword terms. If they're calling you that or saying all people who do these things are that, you know you're on the mark. Because that's their deep state, Tavistock, secret society, however you want to phrase it. That's their way of getting out ahead of it and convincing the group that there's no point in looking at that, right? Greetings and blessings, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on 101.3 WSLV or WSOV on some transmissions. Your only station for all things sovereign, citizen, and or slavery related. Questions, comments, concerns. We got the phone line up. Let me call it as I normally do. I have to make sure that it's active. 602-730-0122. Folks have called in the past and phone line wasn't even working. All right. Okay. We're up and running. That's good news. We got Chris Rasta getting arrested. Chris Rasta's here. We can cover that for a couple minutes with him. We got Brian O'Shea video as well. Brian O'Shea had the gall to put a tent up somewhere and decide to sleep for the night. And, you know, not pay the state of. So, of course, that was upsetting to these people. Interesting video. The guy comes along. Brian O'Shea asks him who's the victim. He said, I understand. You would ask who the victim is. And the man says, society. So that's an interesting clip. We'll get to that. I'll comment on that. You know how I do it here. I put stuff up that I knowingly presume will get me going so that I can rant and rave and respond to this crap. It's kind of a variety show, if you will, non-show. A clip show, reaction show, non-show. But yeah, always interesting to hear and see that. We got like a couple dozen sovereign citizens in quotes in the news lately. So that's rolling on more and more. More and more people are waking up. They're realizing, yeah, policy and code, that's great. I don't care. I'm not following it. And you can't criminalize me because I won't follow your society's code, especially if you don't have a contract. So it's like more and more that's ramping up. That could be a good thing if we let it be. Could be a negative thing for a short time, depending on where this goes. We got Donnie and the government. Supposedly, the corporation calls itself government. defined as a corporation, deleting elements of the Constitution. I got another one up there as well. We're Donnie heavy. Try to break into the algorithm. But where is it? I had it here somewhere. Right, we got 10% of billionaires died this year, some way, somehow. We don't know why. The purge is underway, some might say. We'll get to it. I got, where is that? I had something here. Oh, right, National Guard. Donnie's taking over the police. He's federalizing the police on DC. And he and others say it's not going to stop there. So we may go nationwide. That's another coincidence. Just the weirdest thing ever. I've been ranting in my hole back corners of YouTube, and they tell me, Paulie, shut up and go away. You don't have a voice. You have no effect. Yes, you're working with some other people, but there's not many of you, right? So you can't have an effect. I've said no, that's not true. 100th monkey effect proves it on an epigenetic level that our effect can be exponential. And here we are. Donnie is federalizing police, not only on one state, but the word is, we can't confirm, the word is potentially nationwide. Now, I will contend that there is a possibility, I won't say completely, there is a possibility that one of the reasons this is happening is because many of us have put the local and state police on record with the feds doing corruption. So, the actual conspiracy theorists will say it's QAnon and the white hats. He's doing 5D chess. Okay, maybe, not likely, but maybe. But if he is, and they are, it's because of some nationals and some theorists and some sovsits on the ground who my Facebook is full of them. They're just dismissal day after day, week after week. Everyone around them, dismissal, suing. So there's a good chance that that's what we have going on here. Either a final, finally, after the longest time, an activation of the checks and balances modality of this nation, where the feds are coming in to federalize local and state police to uphold the law of the land and stop them from deprivation of rights under color of law using statute, policy, and code. Either that, or we're going the other way. That because so many of us are not complying any longer and we're winning at court, potentially the head corporation's going to take over and make a decision on how they're going to treat everybody on the ground. So I once was a person who would have erred on the negative side of the quote unquote conspiracy theory. They're coming for everybody and their guns. I'd have been fear porning. Now, not so much. My own individual experience and the experience of others leads me to believe it is very well possible that elements of this corporation known as the federal government or United States of America are on notice. They do know what's going on, and potentially some of them don't want to see this continue to happen. They want the law of the land to be secured. They want rights to be exercised. They don't want rights and property to be interfered with for this trope of safety, right? We got to do all this for safety, right? So we'll see where it all goes. Maybe I'm imagining all of it. Maybe none of what I just described is happening at all. It's a third option. It's always possible. But again, I will contend that there is a point in doing what we do. There is a point in exercising rights. There is a point in civilly disobeying, aka not complying politely, respectfully. I politely, respectfully decline to cooperate and comply because I'm tired of my life being run by statute, policy, and code. I get to decide. Me and my family and our community, we get to decide, right? Not you. So there is a point, there is meaning, there is purpose, there is satisfaction, there is fulfillment, and more importantly, there is inspiration and empowerment in those modalities. And I have faith that on the highest level, I don't know what the timeline will be, but I have faith that given a long enough timeline, with us staying faithful to this, that there will be some changes made, as is always the case, right? That's what activism is. For all the folks nowadays who like to get in a car and ride down the block to get some reefer, some cannabi. At one point,
we know that was not legal. Not only was it not legal, you could go to jail for like 20 years for a joint in the ashtray or a pot seed, right? And of course, we know today, and some of us have always known, because these rights and this truth doesn't change, that anything that's voluntary or consensual that doesn't create a victim is not a crime. So it is, in fact, a right. Okay, so over the course of time, let's say, I don't know what, 150, 200 years, because the founders used to use cannabis, and then we created this corporation, and then it got filled with a bunch of agents who, got lobbied on by a bunch of lobbyists, and they decided that the best way to generate revenue and keep everyone safe is to do a war on the people for what they have a right to do, right? So some people decided they weren't going to listen. They're not going to comply. They don't care what statute, policy, and code you wrote down. They're going to use cannabis. They're going to continue to go to jail if they have to. And at some point, you're going to give in. And you're going to allow them, quote unquote, allow them, aka stop interfering with their property and their right to use their property and to use their body however they please, right? So we're now at that point. The fact that we are at that point now is proof of the dynamic I'm explaining. It's proof of why many of us need to continue to not cooperate and comply, because that's the only way we're going to get to a free country, right? That is philosophically sound, based on the original foundational law of the land. So ignore the people who tell you you're crazy. Ignore the people who tell you you're never going to make a change. They're just cowardly. They don't have the vision. Typically, the case is that folks who see further than everybody and are willing to practice courage are, in fact, straddling that line between genius and insanity, right? Most of the time ending up on the genius side. You're just ahead of your time, right? Is really what it is. And if you're born in this realm, on this world, you're always ahead of your time. Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith in a Babylonian realm, right? On a land full of Babylonians, you're always going to be marginalized and quote unquote ahead of your time, like the Christed being in scripture. So have the faith, do the work, right? Keep your head down, keep moving forward, do what you know is true and what's right. Like I said, have faith, practice your faith system in order to get through the tests and the challenges. And on the other side, we will get to bear witness and testimony to the inspirational power and change that this word has, right? This understanding, this eternal truth has from the beginning of time. So I like being a part of that. I'm excited to be a part of that. I don't see really much of anything else to do here, beyond, I guess, eat and make love and have a bunch of hobbies or trades and abilities. That's all great too, but the core of it, right? Who we are and what we're here to do at this time specifically, it would seem to me that this rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith thing is the main idea. Without that, you ain't got nothing, some might say. So, all right, questions, comments, concerns, the link is down there. I'll throw it again. You can call in if you please. The bait and switch for today is Donnie Trump ruined America, because a lot of times we can't get in the algorithm, and we know that sometimes, not all the time, when we run these gambits, we get a little access to the algorithm. We get some new viewers. We get 50, 100, couple hundred new subscribers. We do 20,000 views or so. And, it spices things up. It ain't always about, the views, right? I enjoy, even if I don't like it, figure this out. Even if I don't always like it or it's work to me, I enjoy, at least by the end of it, I'm entertained by the collectivists, the statists, the leftists, the right wingers. Donald Trump ruined America. Call in now. That's going to get to these people. It's going to get to them, right? They're going to come in. They're going to do what they always do. I'm going to do what I do. In the meantime, let's bring in Rasta. Rasta, what's going on, man? We saw the video of you. Do you have the video somewhere? Did you isolate it? Are you getting arrested or what? Wait for Rasta. Trump 2029. Sir, I hate to spoil the fun for you, but I'm pretty sure that
I don't know. They asked Donnie if he's going to do a third term. Didn't it used to be you can only do 2 terms? That was the rules. Now they did away with that. I don't keep up on this stuff, but I'm guessing they did away with that because they asked him about a third term. But sir, I don't think that if Donnie did run for a third term and get elected, that it would be 2029. I think it's 2028. But what's the difference anyway, right? You're probably right. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Thumbs up. Writes camera action says. Or writes. Now I voted for Trump. Thanks though. Jesus is king. Get your money up. I don't know what that means. You know what? Let's do this first and foremost for these folks. Blast from the past. Give us the time. Is this recently? This might have actually been more recently, like the last week or so. 4 days ago? Okay, check in. Keep me honest. 4 days ago. Donnie says, when asked, Operation Warp Speed was incredible and amazing. And that makes sense because Donnie's got like 2 or 3 adjectives that he knows. He's like a chimpanzee in a suit. He's like a middle schooler, you know, in a suit, running the biggest corporation in the world. They call a government. So everything's like amazing with Donnie, as we know, right? Everything's incredible. Everything's amazing. So for the Trump tards out there who are just in a blissful hallucination denial state, let's remind them of who they're hooting and hollering for, who they're supporting, right? Let's remind them how all sides are criminal, all sides are liars. Everybody's on the Epstein list that now doesn't exist because the Democrats made it all up, right? Remember that one? Yeah, you remember that one. You won't talk about that, but we remember it. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay. Operation Warp Speed was incredible and amazing. Let's go.
You were the driving force behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard.
Mm-hmm.
Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with
Research
the
on
entire
what?
medical community and with you. What is going on?
Research on what?
Into mRNA vaccines.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, you know, that is a pass. With Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it has been amazing. But, you know, that was now a long time ago, and we're on to other things. But we are speaking about it. We have meetings about it in tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and we'll determine. We're looking for other answers to other problems, to other sicknesses and diseases.
Totally.
And I think we're doing really well. Yes, ma'am, please.
Totally. Now, some will say from the beginning of time, including the head Israeli lobbyist, Clausen, who we have the video of, we play it all the time. He admits all the major wars were allowed to happen or made to happen because U.S. corporation wants to do expansionism. But some might say that the whole endeavor of political science is creating problems in order to bring in solutions for them and then get a whole bunch of money while you slave everybody up. Some would say that. I'm not saying that, because then this whole thing would be a conspiracy theory here, right? We wouldn't be allowed to say that. I can report on what other people say. So, who's that there? What's that person's name? Sonam Ebel. I'd be tickled if Donnie J did his third term in the big house, not the White House. Well, no. It's rules for thee, not for me. See, citizen slaves of United States Corporation are governed by statute, policy, and code. If they don't follow statute, policy, and code, and they don't know the law, how to invoke the law court, they're going to jail, right? But not Donnie and the other presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers of United States Corporation. They're too big to fail. They have qualified immunity, right? They are a limited liability corporate group of people, right? LLC'd. It's the whole idea here. It's a corporate takeover, and they use LLCs to limit their liability so they can literally do slavery and human trafficking and do it in a corporate capacity and never be held liable as a man or woman at a common law court. See? And most of these courts on the land now are administrative courts. So worst case scenario, if you're found guilty of anything, you just pay a fine and you continue to move on, right? That's the whole point of why the system has been taken over and has been corrupted the way that it has, right? Because you got a bunch of folks who want to cause loss, injury, and harm, don't want to pay their debts, you know, want to do some deception, kill, steal, and destroy, and they don't want to have to get their head cut off because they did wrong. They did crimes. They did things that were unlawful, right? So we just do a corporate takeover on the system. We create United States Corporation. We have a charter and a constitution. We convince the people that the law of the land is actually commercial activity through statute, policy, and code. And then we get everyone to sign contracts or to agree to contract in order to be in that world and a part of that commercial activity. Okay. Then you get to treat all your citizen slaves like commercial products. And no matter what you do to them, there's always a layer of limited liability where you can't be held liable. Perfect system for the feudalist slaves who want to beg for more entitlements and opportunities from their daddies. Perfect system for a bunch of masters who want to rule over a bunch of feudalist slaves and administrate their property and decide which rights they have or don't have under God, right? Or vote independent. No! You cowards, one of these days are going to get it through your head. Voting's not the answer. The reason voting is put forth as the answer is because it's not the answer. You live in an inversion reality. Everything that's put forth as the answer and the solution by the big time, by the big top circus, is not the answer. It is a deception. It is to get you in spiritual judgment. And it works for most of you from the beginning of time till the end of time. The scripture points it out. The percentages are all there. Got at least 75. I say that number is way low. Way low. But according to the NIH.gov, you got at least 70 to 80% of folks who are vaxxed and taxed and laxed over the past 4 to 5 years. I say that's way low. I think it's upward of 85, 95%. Okay? At least one vax. So tell me all about voting and voting and voting when it always keeps going the same way and it doesn't get better. It arguably continues to get worse because it's a spiritual dynamic, because it's based on cause and effect. You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. The level of consciousness that created this problem is a slave think consciousness. It keeps believing and buying into, if we just pick someone else to run our lives for us, that somehow our lives are going to get better. Life doesn't work that way. Reality doesn't work that way. It's precisely the thinking or lack thereof that got us here. Slave think morality. Someone or something else somewhere is going to make my life better if I give my time, energy, attention, resources, and power over to it. Deception will never happen, has never happened. Even if it looks like it's happening, it will always be a deception. It will start off good, it will end bad. The only way it could go. The only way to make America great or make America great again is to have a population of great men and women. Great men and women don't vote for other men and women to run their lives. Imagine that, huh? That's a tricky concept. I want you to sit with that, many of you. I want you to sit with that. I'm going to say it again. You want to make America great again? You need great men and women populating America. Great men and women don't ask other men and women to run their lives for them. Crazy, I know. Complicated stuff. We're going to get it. Cry harder, soy boy. That's not me. I don't eat soy. I'm not a leftist. You are a Republitard. You're not capable of seeing the middle ground reality beyond the false choice paradigm. You can only see, most of you, in left-wing, right-wing lenses. You can only see through left-wing, right-wing lenses. It doesn't matter who comes up here, what they say, what they do, what they stand for. Most of you mind and heart control folks will not be able to see past the lenses that were put on you at birth, essentially. Your parents can't see through it. Your grandparents can't see through it. You can't see through it. That's what allows it to deceive you all, allow you to all fight each other from the left and right wing side and tear this country apart from the middle. Everything is working perfectly from the standpoint of the kill, steal, destroy deceiver. Uses a deception and division to interfere with the prosperity and the understanding of individuals who are all too willing to let it. Because Donnie Trump's going to save us, because Joe Biden's going to save us, and it rolls on. Definition of fascism: the merger of state and corporate powers. United States is defined 1A U.S. Code 1A. Let's pull it up again. I promised, and I haven't stuck to my promise. We're going to do it once every broadcast. We're going to pull it up for these folks. They'll say I'm lying. They'll say it doesn't exist, or they're too fucking lazy and numbed out by all the fluoride and the pharmaceuticals and the bathwater that they'll never get to it. They're too busy, right? They're too glazed over and too busy. So I got to like shove it in front of their face here to remind them where we're at. Okay. USC, United States Code 28 USC 3002. United States means A, a federal corporation; B, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States. So either it's the corporation, or an agency or a department of the corporation, or an instrumentality of the corporation. Let's go to United States business. The term United States business in this code, 15 USC 4724, the term United States business means A, a United States citizen. Isn't that interesting? B, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws, aka codes, of the United States corporation or any state, which any state, of course, is another subdivision, corporate entity, corporations within corporations. They're called shell corporations. It's one big shell game. And you've all been duped and hoaxed. Back in the day, they would have called it a corporate takeover. Exactly what goes on in a lot of lands, by the way. If you study United States corporation history, they got a way of inserting corporations around the world and then using those corporate footholds and those lobbyists and the funding and the grants and the access to take over whole nations. Some might want to look into how this process has been done here before this place was used to go everywhere else and do it everywhere else. You know, Chiquita Banana, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. We can go on, study the history, get into it, really get into it and try to figure out what's going on there. I don't want to lay out too much of it. I don't want to lead the witnesses too much, right? So we got right there under U.S. Code, the code itself written by the agency, United States business means a United States citizen, and United States is defined as a corporation. So everyone running around calling themselves citizen of the United States is saying they owe allegiance to a corporation. They're saying statute, policy, and code is their law, and they believe that a president, a vice president, and a treasurer is fit to run their life. And of course, all three of those are corporation positions. If you want to start a corporation and you want it to be active and legitimate, you got to man it. You got to put people in certain positions: president, vice president, treasurer, and we can go on, right? So those are literally corporate positions inside of the corporation, doing business and convincing all of you men and women that because you're on this land, you're part of the corporation and you owe allegiance to the corporation. And there's an unspoken social contract through the representative democracy that you have to follow statute, policy, and code. Oh, and by the way, you have no more natural rights, according to these people in their corporate takeover. Okay? It doesn't get any more fascistic than that. And if the last 5 years wasn't proof with lockdowns and warp speed and all the rest of it, I don't know what you folks are going to need to get your head out of your ass and wake the fuck up. Do and be what you're meant to do and be under God, not by this fascistic takeover. See? That's where the mind and heart control comes into play. Because this fascistic takeover and these corporations are using the public fool system to indoctrinate men and women to believe that this is all real, that this is all a thing, that we have to opt in, that we have to ask this corporation for the privilege to engage in certain activities. Somehow the corporation, the public servants, have more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve. We don't know how that happened or when that happened. I guess some bill or some act somewhere made that a reality, right? Imagine this. We're all involved in a hallucinatory play called society where they're literally called state actors and they're writing up acts to be part of the play. And then the rest of you are just dancing to this tune, carrying this out. It's amazing. Amazing thing to behold, right? They say mind and heart control doesn't exist. I say not only does it exist, the majority of the world is under it. As the scripture states, the whole world is in the hands of the dark one. That's why it is the great power of this world, the God of this world.
Its deception is so good, it has the majority under it. Completely ruling over the majority. USA! USA! There we go. US ape. We got the crowd in here today? Yeah. US ape. US ape. The new folks, because 4 years ago I ran a chimpanzee. This chimpanzee is a white hat, by the way. As you can see, a little Q on its lapel. This chimpanzee is enlightened. This chimpanzee is honorable. This chimpanzee is a maverick. This chimpanzee is unlike any other candidate before it. Okay, this is actually Donnie Chimp. Okay, we didn't win that election because it was rigged, of course. But I ran Donnie Chimp because I had faith that if we elect a chimpanzee, this nation will get better overnight. Everything will get better overnight immediately. Thank you. Thank you. I hear you. I see you. I see you. I know you right there. You front row. One of my campaign people. We love these people. Yeah, I had faith. I still have a dream, by the way. I still have a dream that one day Donnie Chimp is going to get elected to run this corporation, and it is going to improve immediately. Overnight. Why? Because the chimpanzee, unlike the human beings, is not looking to do backroom deals and get on Epstein Island and human traffic and lockdown and do warp speed. Donnie Chimp just wants a nice little enclosure. I know. Settle down, people. This is a momentous event. Folks can't stand it. They're jumping for joy when they hear me talk about running our newest candidate, oldest candidate, Donnie Chimp. But I have faith that Donnie Chimp will only want an enclosure with some wood chips, maybe a rope to swing on, and a pile of bananas. And he will be more inspired and empowered, and more importantly, more peaceful than ever. There'll be no more wars, no more backroom deals, no more human trafficking, no more corruption, no more war on drugs and the people. None of this. None of these entitlement programs. None of these revenue-generating deprivation of rights under color of law situations. None of them. They're all gone. They're all over. It could be yours today, people. Well, not today. It could be yours during the next election if you vote for my candidate, Donnie Chimp. So just something to think about for when the next election comes around. I don't want to hear any funny business if you all elect Donnie again, or Joey, or someone else who lies to everybody, gaslights everybody, shits their own pants, falls upstairs. On and on and on and on. All right, people, quiet down. Relax. Oh man, these slaves are like, they're really excited, these slaves lately. They're really excited. They're inspired. They're not inspired to do what's true and what's right. They're not inspired to practice courage. They're not inspired to stand on what's true and what's right and exercise their rights and uphold the law of the land. But they get inspired and excited when you start talking collectivism and fascism and voting and code and pretty much anything related to the corporations and the slavery and the genocide. They love it. They can't get enough. Questions, comments, concerns. The link is down there. Call in. Chris Rasta, are you there? Are you back? I want to hear from you at some point. Chris Rasta. Hello, Chris Rasta. Okay, Chris Rasta's here. Go ahead, Chris Rasta. We'll touch quickly on it. Give us the report. Do you have the video of your arrest? What are you charged with? What do you think about it? Where are we going?
So I was charged with narcotics. So what's weird is I had a bunch of cannabis everywhere, and they didn't take none of the cannabis. They just took one bag of mushrooms, and it weighed 7.1. That's all they took. They gave me a bail for $50,000, and the sergeant kept threatening that I probably wasn't gonna leave there, and it just kind of was threatening. They put me in this solitary confinement for a couple of days, knowing that if they arrested me on the Saturday, they're just gonna transport me down the hill so they get a couple free days out of me. But the thing is they come out with you with guns, and they say they have a warrant, but Jennifer and I were just playing checkers, and they come up with guns. And so today we went because they took our ID and all this.
How do they get a hold of you in the sense of like if you're sitting there playing checkers or whatever, what's their cause of action to contact you and then charge you and arrest you? Where's the middle piece? You know what I'm saying?
So they said that I was. They have a search warrant, but I've never seen the search warrant.
Okay, so they had a search warrant, they claim. So they searched you and they found some mushrooms. What's the cause of action for the search warrant? Like what were they claiming they're investigating?
Just narcotics, but I opened into a spot in Big Bear Lake where they said cannabis wouldn't even be even able to open. So I was like, you know what? I don't need your license and your permits. I'm gonna open anyways. So I opened, and they didn't care about the cannabis. They just cared about the 7 grams of mushroom.
Right, because we know that United States Corporation thinks that it has a monopoly on like nature, and it's going to criminalize nature using statute, policy, and code. And not only that, it's going to presume that all of us are part of this unspoken social contract, and that we have to follow their rules, their policies, their codes for their corporation, as if it could ever be legitimized that a corporation could decide what nature can exist or not in this realm, and how we can interact with that natural element. It's beyond bizarre. This is what's great about this realm is all the crazy, insane, stupid people are the ones who think they're onto something here. They're the ones who think they got the best ideas, right? It's fascinating. So like, okay, we're going to create this corporation. We're going to put all the citizens in jail for safety because we're going to decide how they interact with nature or not. We're going to decide what aspects of nature are legal or not, or lawful or not. Absolute insanity, absolutely illegitimate, beyond ridiculous, and just, again, proof of what this place is and what's going on here. Mind and heart control and corruption. You know, that's the only way that you could describe it. God put a bunch of stuff here for us to use, and they're going to tell us we can't use it while pushing their cocktails of addiction and poison on top of it all, right? On top of it all. It'd be one thing if they said, well, we're going to decide that this part of nature is a no-go, right? Like they say, you can't interact with a fucking dolphin because we're going to put you in prison or we're going to fine you, right? You can't interact with these plants and herbs. And we're going to give you some oxycodone for the pain, you know? And we're going to put you on Xanax and Valium so you literally numb yourself from the inside out, don't know who you are anymore in order to cope, right?
And Suboxone. They
right. We know where we're at. Yeah, we know where we're at. We know the game. And that's precisely why we're here, because it's fun. This is fun on some level. What else would we be doing here? It's fun getting revealed the truth objectively and then being inspired in spirito, in your spirit, to stand on that truth and then see what these people got. It is. It's rather exciting and interesting. Go ahead, sir. Continue.
Well, and the cop was threatening me for my life, and I said, well, you know, you kill me today. And I wasn't mean, didn't raise my voice, wasn't rude, just was cool, calm, and collective. And I said, you kill me today, you can't kill me tomorrow, man. And I said, if you're going to attack somebody that's trying to help somebody clean, you know, the community off drugs and people that come with, you know, you're in the mountains, people want to go get spiritual. They should have a right to go get some sacred plant from the earth. And the thing is some lady tried to yell, like argue with me today. And she's like, says, well, the native Indians get to do it because they have certain parts of land. And I said, okay, so where would my land be? Where do I get to exercise my freedom? And I said, can you please show me the line that separates Las Vegas from California? I would love to see that imaginary line, because everything that you're talking about is imaginary. She's like, I really wish there was remedy for this. Remedy is people like you that's sitting in front of your computer help us file these civil court cases to take these people's fucking jobs that I don't even want bagging my groceries, bro. You see? You know?
All right. So somebody in the chat mentioned 1984 and they asked what were the other ministries. So you got the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of Love, and the Ministry of Plenty. 4 ministries of the government of Oceania in the 1949 dystopian novel 1984. The Ministry of Peace concerns itself with war. You see, this is what's so great, right? I haven't even seen this movie. We've touched on the themes here, right? You can't touch on the human condition without touching on the themes of all these other literary works, right? All these other pieces of pop culture entertainment, so to speak, right? But you know, even in these themes, we go back 1949. we have the theme of the inversion land, the inversion reality, right? So the Ministry of Peace concerns itself with war, the Ministry of Truth with lies, the Ministry of Love with torture, and the Ministry of Plenty with starvation. These contradictions are not accidental, nor do they result from ordinary hypocrisy. They are deliberate exercises in doublethink. Okay, and we see that translation in this legal society, they say is our society. No, it's a legal society. And oftentimes it's not lawful. It causes loss, injury, and harm to people who are engaged in lawful activities. So it's RICO. All right. And everything that these people do oftentimes is the opposite of what it really is, right? And we've seen the results of this. One example is, if it comes to drugs, the decriminalization of drugs and the regulation of drugs on other nations has produced a remedy for the war on drugs, right? From all the people overdosing, all the people going to prison and not being able to live properly. They said, well, what if we decriminalize the drugs and we just regulate it and we administer it and we create some kind of programs? And they said, no, that'll never work. It'll be worse than ever. It turns out it's not the case, right? So that's just as far as I understand. You go to a lot of these places, the instances of overdose is way down. The instances of theft and criminal activity is way down, among other statistics. So we know that the legal system and the war on the people with statute, policy, and code to criminalize men and women for just regular behavior doesn't work. It just allows them to use the system to do whatever they want to do while generating revenue for backroom deals and black projects by criminalizing the average citizen for regular activity. See? So it doesn't work. The opposite is what works. It's been shown over and over again. But realistically, people, I hate to, again, break up the party. We don't want it to work. Not we, as in me, but the people who run this thing. It's not meant to work. It's order out of chaos. We're going to sell you the solution to the problems we either create or allow to happen. It's going to create more chaos, and then we're going to tell you how we're going to solve that and how you're going to pay us to do it while we criminalize people and administrate their property and interfere with their God-given rights. It just happens to work, right? Democracy is ingenious. It's always meant to do the same thing from the beginning of time, regardless of what the inverse troglodytes believe that it's here for. It's to get you to believe that you had a voice and a choice in the guy that they put in to run your life and administrate your property. And most of them believe it. They go, well, we don't like the slavery and genocide and the nature of things, but we got to vote. It's our civic duty. And hey, when it all goes bad, at least we voted. It was our civic duty, right? At least we had a voice. At least we had a choice. It's just that easy. Ross, do you got anything else? Before we go ahead,
enjoy yourself. And a lot of people talking shit in the chat. I'd love for them to come up and say what they have to say, even if it ain't to me. But I just want to say what's up to you, and I'd like to chat with you later or something. So I'm gonna drop my phone number. So if you want to text me later or whatever. But
well, hang out for a bit, man. Hang out for a bit. Let's do some audience engagement. If you want, you can jump in here or there if you got something that you want to cover. Did she want to say something?
Well, this has been a
hold on, the phone's gonna die.
Eye-opening experience for me. I've never been, I've never played checkers and had guns drawn at me. It's very bizarre. So that was kind of painful, I think.
Well, because you fought for our country, and then for people with guns like that to come at you, it's like you didn't fight for our country for that shit.
It's just bullshit,
And then they take
So when you say she's fighting for the country, in what capacity?
Well, she was in the army when she was young, and she was in the LA riots and stuff. So she has PTSD from like some crazy shit going on there too, because some stuff happens not that everybody sees, and so she would eat mushrooms to help her with her PTSD, and to be able to have guns drawn at you like that when you're just sitting there playing checkers, it's just for anybody, And then the way that these cops talk to us, 1 minute. Yeah, they're like, let me see your license. And I was already in the cop car. They put me in the cop car in like 5 minutes. Didn't even, no chance, no nothing. But the way that they can just kidnap you, and the sergeant's flirting. asking for, takes her ID, doesn't give it back. I mean, this is a sergeant.
We just went to the station. We just came home. We just got back. We had to go to the station. I had to go and ask for my driver's license, give them the officer's name, and they said they would check their cameras to see where they left it. Mind you, they said they left it in the store, and they didn't. So obviously they're trying to fuck with me already, you know?
Right.
And it's just abuse of power, you know.
Yeah, well, this is why, again, I'm not saying I have an answer to what would be a better system, but we know that you can't create systems where you give men and women power at all, really, because power corrupts absolutely. So this is the loop that we're on here in this realm, right? Out of fear, folks are afraid of what's going to happen if we don't have a physical order. So out of fear, they create these systems or buy into these systems. These systems then allow insulation for all the things people feared to grow and be fostered and then be used against the individual with seeming impunity, right? So that's the danger of these systems. Everything we create these systems for out of fear to protect us from just becomes the nurturing or the breeding ground for everything we were afraid of and needed to be protected from to grow with impunity. So that's the importance of, if you're going to create these systems or buy into these systems, you have to hold these men and women accountable. If you don't, even if you do, right, it's a republic if you can keep it. Even then, you're going to have a bunch of tests and challenges and a hard time. If you do not hold these people accountable and you do not civilly disobey and stop complying, they're going to treat this land and these people, like a psychopath would treat a prostitute. They're going to use it, abuse it, and then slit its throat and throw it in the gutter.
Bro,
And that's exactly what the fuck is going on.
Well, I could go right down the street, get mushrooms, a bunch of shit, and they're gonna do something like that. I mean, I don't really care. It's a learning experience, and it's cool because I was actually waiting for them to come. And he's like, "What do you mean I'm waiting? You're waiting? I'm waiting for you to come so I can exercise my jurisdiction, something you have no control of, you know." And I don't try to sit there and argue with them or try to teach them nothing, man. Like, it's just, you say what you have to say, go to court, try to fight them. Not that you have a choice really anymore, because it seems like if you don't go, they just come and kidnap you. You could already just start your job, have a kid, do all this shit. They don't give a fuck. They'll just come, lock you up. I just really feel that people need to correct their political status and quit paying taxes and defund these kind of fucking people, because the more we fund people like this and the military and shit like that, the more power they're going to use against us. And it's only our fault because we're serving two masters in. We're feeding these people that are attacking us, but yet trying to praise the God that's trying to save us. It's quite interesting how this corrupt system, by color of law, think they have more power and that they're their own. Yes, if you're your own God, that's whatever you feel. I can't say you are or you aren't. Not you. I'm saying people out there. But for these guys to act like they're above other people on our tax dollars, abuse of authority. I don't even trust these people. I did a video today in the parking lot, and it's just so creepy. I do not feel comfortable being around any cop, even around any jails, any courthouses. It's just that eerie feeling. And I told the girl today, I said, "Where's that bald-headed faggot at?" And she's all, "Who?" I said, "The sergeant, the little bald-headed faggot that took our ID." I said that
Right, but that's not helping you. That's not doing you any favors.
No, I just
that.
no, I know, but I was to the point where, like,
I get it. I get it. You're done and over with it in that moment, and you're tired of the nonsense.
Yeah, tired of it, bro. Like, just I'm tired. For this guy to be a sergeant and he's turning his camera on and off. He's all, "Let me turn my camera back on," just like weird shit. And just through the investigation, and for this guy to be a sergeant, I wouldn't trust the guy bagging my groceries, bro. Really. And for these guys to be, I don't really have anything against fat people or anything, but for these guys to like, I don't know.
You're right. That's two F words that I don't want you using,
Okay.
including the word fat. It's offensive to me. We got. I want to comment here.
Tell me.
Scott McConnell says libtards are ruining the country. You're a retard. No, that's you. This is the common projection here. Most of you are the retarded people. You can't figure out what planet you're on and how anything works. It's collectivism and fascism and statism that's ruining the land and everything great about this land or God's law on this land and what made the people great for the longest time. If they ever were great, it's because we were free and empowered and inspired, and we were only subject to the dictates of God, right? Everything else was a peacekeeping endeavor. It required loss, injury, harm, or a debt unpaid in order to be actionable. We don't have that anymore. Okay, so collectivism, statism, fascism's ruining the land and this people, and it's defined by corporations using policy to interfere with property and rights. In the last 5 years, lockdowns and COVID-19 is absolute, unequivocal proof of what I'm talking about as a spiritual dynamic. And your daddy, Donnie, was the one at the helm the whole time. So, unless I'm remembering this wrong, because I know I get these timelines messed up. Maybe Joey was in for the first year or two, and then Donnie came in. Donnie was in for at least half of it. I remember it. Lock it down, get the shots. We just have him there 4 days ago saying he's the father of warp speed. He loves it. It's amazing. Okay, so how many more times do I have to repeat here? We have to loop, and I have to go over it before it cements in you folks' thick chimpanzee-like skull. Not one side or the other. It's both sides and who and what they are and what they represent and why it's antithetical to American values. Simple. So if you play into either side, you are spiritually casting a vote to destroy what made this land great and what made the people great. Again, self-governance. What you yapping? You just heard what I'm yapping. Little audience engagement here. I like to engage with the audience, especially the loser, failure haters, the mind and heart controlled, the enslaved. We play to the lowest common denominator here, something you don't get a lot of other places. We should all be given philosophy courses in school. I absolutely agree with you. Not only do I agree with you, but history shows at one point, again, if you want America to be great, we need great men and women. Part of that is the educational system. We used to teach civics. Civics incorporated the idea of logic, morals, ethics, and to some extent, the idea of honor and good faith. We no longer have that in the curriculum for some odd reason. It's almost as if whoever runs the public school system and United States Corporation believes that we don't need the men and women of this land to know about logic, morals, ethics, essentially civics, right? You know, where our rights come from, what are rights, objective right from wrongs, right? We don't need objective logic, morals, and ethics and to understand civics. Who needs it? Who needs it? We got OnlyFans and the Forbes top 100 list. You know, we got voting and tax and all the rest of it. We got lockdown and take the jabs. Who needs the rest of it, right? We're right where we need to be in a kingdom of Shaitan, some might say. Daddy Donnie Diddler, he's not going to save you. Yeah, you know, these people love it here. They love watching them file in. Trump's us. For that, I give you the old saying that the axe came to chop down the forest, but the trees never noticed, believing that the axe handle was one of them. It's a perfect cliche when it comes to governance and how you all respond to it. Donnie is literally just like Joey. There's no difference between them, right? Just a different perspective. Donnie is literally like Joey, the axe coming to chop down the forest, which is the people, but the people haven't noticed because they think Donnie's handle is one of them. You know, Donnie's wood just like we are. He's one of us. As they chop the forest down, they continue to chop the forest down. QAnon's going to save us. Trump 2028. All right, come on, call in. I like when you folks call in. Let me know. Get me right. You know, where am I wrong? Where could I do better? Why am I a dumb libtard? Because I won't suck Trump's feet. How you doing, Paul? It's Fat Jay. First time you popped up on my feed in a while. Well, we're back in the algorithm because I gave third notice to Google and YouTube and many others that if they don't stop interfering with my browse notifications and my short feeds, and if they keep me out of the algorithm and shadow ban me, I will sue them and they will pay me, and then I will be back in the algorithm anyway. So they have a choice I gave them. And it seems that the last 2 or 3 broadcasts have been pretty decent. So every so often, I got to threaten these slaves and remind them of what their fucking job is and what their job isn't, and remind them if they keep interfering with me and what I do, I'm going to tap their pockets and I'm going to make a change if I have to, because I'm done. I'm done being told who and what I am, what I'm going to do and be or have by a bunch of cowards and statists and fascists and slaves. We're done. And no, I'm not going to do nothing violent or crash out. Far from it. I'm going to use my understanding and my intellect and my passion to whoop you with your own systems over and over again. Whoop you with your own truth, whoop you with your own definitions, whoop you with your own systems and your own corrupt lies. That's how you get these people. You just examine them, observe them, see where there's a disconnect because they're lying and deceiving and playing power games, and you exploit that weakness. You exploit that disconnect. See? Trump daddy for the magatards. They need a daddy because they're not interested in governing themselves, just like a child. If you're not going to govern yourself, someone's got to govern you. Who better than Daddy Donnie? All right, we got a call. Perfect. Great stuff. 858, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead. Questions, comments, concerns. Can you give me a name first to address you?
Oh, yes, this is Blake. This is Blake. Blake Nunn Drums.
Oh, okay. Blake, chat, huh?
Yeah, that's me. And no bit to bit, no nothing like that today, brother. On myself. And I want to just know though, what was the opposite conclusion of if we had Biden or Trump? What are you going to vote for? What are you going to put your trust in? What was the other solution?
Right. This is the thing. This is the false choice that everybody keeps operating from. We got to choose one of the two because one of the two is going to take power of the corporation. The corporation is the land and the people, so we can't opt out. See, this is the pigeonholing. This is the disempowerment.
No. Okay.
You're saying no, but that's the case, right? The presumption is that the corporation is the land and the people, that code is law, and that we have to choose for someone to run the corporation to indirectly or directly run us. I don't accept those 3 to 5 presumptions or premises. I think it's delusion, deception, and denial and disempowerment. So the answer was,
I've heard that argument before, but I mean, it's obvious that Trump is a God anointed, and he's trying to help our country. And I don't think he's made some good decisions. I think he's been, pretty bad at some of these things. But at the same time, I can't imagine if Kamala got in there. Kamala Harris, I mean, she's just cackling witch, and man, I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, I'm expecting my $5,000 check. I'm glad that the big, beautiful bill went through. And, I'm hoping that this will all pay off for all of us in the end. It's obvious that, we're back on the upswing. We're not crashing. America's not going down the drain. We're coming back better than ever before, baby.
okay, so we got to help someone out in chat because they're dangerously confused, as so many before, and they just use buzzwords, but they don't know what they mean or how it relates. So let's give an example here. Where is he? I just saw him. And this is perfect because all these people are just representations of a cross section of society. For every one of them, there are 5 million people who are exactly the same, who say the same shit, who believe the same shit, who all got it from the same sources. So we can take one person and extrapolate on the rest. The being Wilda Rookstool, it's very small on my screen. I got to go over here.
Well, that sounds like a great name anyway to start with.
Right, great name. Wilda Rookstool, the communists are trying to destroy America, not Donald Trump. You liar. Okay. The only problem
Agree.
Sir, please, just let me finish. I'll let you go in a second. So my only problem is that communism is defined as a political theory derived from Karl Marx, advocating class war and leading to a society in which all property is publicly owned and each person works and is paid according to their abilities and needs. Sir, we already have that. I hate to break the news. I know. I hate to break the news to you. Your house is titled with a deed that someone else holds that you don't possess, that you pay tax on to use your own property. So is your car. So is your body. Do I need to go on? You asked your damn state for permission to marry your bitch and have a child. Do I need to go on here? You have no more private property. Everything's registered to the state.
I think you should.
The state is telling
I think you should.
You have no more private property. Everything's registered to the state, and the state is using code to administrate all your fucking property through the public. We're already there, people. You're already deep in communism and socialism, collectivism, fascism, and all the isms lead back to one ism, shatanism, through deception. The deception is the state. It's not a real thing.
Then who is the God you celebrate then, or who's the God that you believe in?
It's called truth. The original God of creation back in the day, ancient wisdom, is Taruth. It's where we get the word truth. See, when we worshiped that God, everything went kind of okay. Then we got into all the rest of these lies and hallucinations and deceptions and copes.
Well, to be honest with you, when we were sacrificing babies to Baal, it kind of went well.
Yeah,
for
we're
a while
already
too,
there, sir. We're there. We're already there. We're there again.
Well,
you put your head down, you look up, you look around, and you realize we're there again. Cycle.
I heard a lot of words. And I'm trying to process the message. But at the same time, I don't know what the other alternative was, because, you know, Trump's obviously not a politician. He's not connected to any type of circles like that, and he would never betray his country. And I think that he's getting in there. He's ending some wars. Again, just yesterday I heard he ended like a 80-year war between Azerbaijan and somewhere else. And, you know, he's a peacekeeper, God anointed, man. And so I don't know what else the choice was. Kamala Harris? What am I going to do? Kamala Harris? Kamala fucking cackling? Or Trump? You know, man,
right. It's just that easy. Why am I overcomplicating it, right? Most things are just what they seem, and they're pretty simple and easy and straightforward. Why overcomplicate this shit? I get it.
Right. I mean,
okay, so is
if you don't believe in any God except for, you know, whatever God you're claiming is shitting and all that stuff. Right. I don't know, whatever. It's confusing, but at the same time, I don't put my faith in any man. So I think that maybe that you need to kind of reevaluate your circumstances.
Okay. Anything else before we move on here? Someone else called in?
I think that was a good conversation. I appreciate your input. I would like to
anything on this idea that I just blew everyone's mind, revealing that by definition we're already in communism / socialism / fascism, and your daddy's running it all.
Disagree.
Okay.
Disagree. But at the same time, I still haven't heard you answer my effing question. Who's the better alternative? And you didn't tell me. Okay, I'm going to vote for cackling communism Kamala. Or what am I going to do?
Okay.
Trump or what, man?
All right, Blake, I'm going to let you go. Great commentary. I'm going to answer the question.
Well, I'm trying.
All right, I'm going to let him go. I'm going to answer the question. So the answer is, in this allegorical hypothetical, neither, because it would be equivalent to saying to me, Paulie, just do the simulation. You're a broken hoe. You need somebody to run your life. You need a pimp. Someone's got to lay down the policy and the code so you can walk the track and fuck for daddy. Who's it going to be? Who are you going to pick? My answer is I'm done hoeing. Shocking, huh? I'm done being the broken hoe. I'm done fucking for daddy and walking the track. I don't need a pimp and I don't want one. I'm starting an OnlyFans, allegorically. I don't need the pimp. I'm not walking the street. I'm not fucking for daddy and giving him a piece. No. Done with the corporatism, fascism, collectivism, statism. Not buying in, not opting in, not choosing from the
lesser of two evils. Who's the better pimp? Who's going to beat me the least, but still beat me, right? Done with the false choice, done with putting myself in judgment based on the false choice. I will live free or I will die. It's that simple. I will live free or I will be taken political prisoner by the left with the leftist tyranny or the right-wing tyranny. Done. Simple. Over. That's the answer for every individual man or woman on this land. And that's the least likely to be engaged with, because the majority are fucking pet slaves and cowards. Simple. Straightforward. Done. Drinking already? No, I don't drink, sir. Don't do that here. They're going to be upset by that. In order to vote for Donnie and really accept it, you got to be numbed out by the beer and barbecue. You got to eat enough meat that you start sweating and hallucinating, and your vision goes blurry. You get like the borderline heart attack level of red meat in you, and you chug a 6-pack, and then you start to just fucking numb out. You start to just, your vision goes blurry, right? And you just start to fade away and numb out. And then you just start to repeat, Trump's my daddy. I'm glad I voted. It could have been worse. We could have had Kamala. That's it. That's the American experience right there. You know, your wife kind of hobbles over disrespectfully. She looks down on you. You know, she can barely muster up a grin when she looks at you. She's so disgusted by your levels of disempowerment, inauthenticity, lack of inspiration, lack of spontaneity. She fucking hobbles over, just completely disgusted by you, how you've not led in any capacity, how you have zero courage, how you're not free at all. You know, not only does the state run your life, whatever's between her legs runs your life. And she hands you your smoked out red meat and your 6-pack of beer, and she says, "Okay, little baby boy, got a call." See, I'm right in the middle. You know, I'm right in the middle of telling a story about Americana, United States corporate values. 513, are you there? 513. Yep. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yep. Oh, I agree with you. I just heard the red meat comment, and I got to bust your balls about it.
Go ahead, sir. I don't mind it, right? At the end of the day, I stopped eating meat at a certain point because I don't want to be a part of karmically, spiritually taking life that doesn't belong to me. But I'm not going to chase other people. That's their journey. That's their walk. If you don't believe as I believe or feel as I feel, then you will do what you do. And we're all going to have our own judgment at the end of the day, right? I don't eat soy either, though. Let's be clear about that, because they're going to hit me with the soy boy thing. You don't eat meat. You only eat vegetables, and you're a soy boy. But go ahead. Feel free. Take over.
That's it. I just breaking your balls on that, dude.
Paul unmineralized. There you go.
All right,
yeah,
man.
bro, listen, at the end of the day, man, if I was out on the land in the sense of beyond what I am now, like out on the land in the sense of I had nobody and nothing and nowhere to go, I'm not going to tell you I wouldn't hunt, try to kill something in order to survive. I also did a 32-day fast. So I explored fasting with nothing but water, and I realized I can live for 32 days with no food. So I may not hunt, because if I ever got in the position, I would remember my fast and let myself know I have nothing to worry about here, because I'm sure I can find something to eat in between those times, right? But you never know. Survival's a motherfucker. If we ever got down to it, hey, I might kill a slave. If we were ever trapped somewhere, like a plane went down, presuming I would even travel anywhere at this point, just the rampant collectivism here, let alone everywhere else. But, presuming I would travel and get on a plane, if the plane went down, I might put a slave out of its misery and eat one of its legs in order to stay alive, rather than kill an innocent animal. I mean, this is a disgusting, toxified voting slave. I just have to check it for spike proteins first, right? Maybe cook out the spike protein, give it an extra 15
I don't know if you can
minutes.
cook them out.
Well, I'm choosing to believe you can, okay? I'm choosing to believe that with enough fire and heat, I can cook that spike protein right out. We're fit to consume.
All right, man.
Thank you, sir. What was your name again?
Alan.
Alan. Good to hear from you, man. Yep. Call back if you got anything else. If you come up with something, we're always available here.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Alan. Blessings, man.
You too. Bye.
See you later. It seems a lot of you dissing Harris. I mean, we're really going to do this. Like, if I have to make okay, I'll play along for like 3 seconds. Then I'm going back to me. If I have to play along and I have to choose, you guys know it's going to be Donnie and the Republicards. But what does it really mean? And then why, right? Like, basically, it would be why would be because the other side, right? I'll play along for 3 minutes with you. Then I'm going back to being daddy. Daddy will play with the kids, and then I'm going back to being daddy. Well, this is why, one of the reasons.
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I had to play along, which I don't, spiritually, karmically, because the way out is the way in and through and beyond, not to stagnate and stay within. But if I had to pick, I'm going to go with the right wingers, right? Because they're the lesser of the evils. So you got me. You got me, right? Because the leftists want to like put wigs on men and then look me in the face and go, I'm a her. And you're going to repeat that. No, I'm not. The leftists want to cut off genitals of children and say that's a woman who was once a boy. It's not. You know, the leftists want to kill children and say that it's natural and that it's legitimate. I don't think it is. It's not. If it is natural, it is for animals and not beyond a certain point and for certain reasons. But I don't really want to go there, right? I don't want to be part of sanctioning this idea that we're going to now decide which children are able to be killed or not, and then kill them and then justify it because no one was going to care for them as much as they could. All the rest of this garbage. So yeah, but I mean, again, each side has its own set of mind and heart control nonsense that I can't get with, right? I use cannabis. As you see, Chris here uses mushrooms. I believe in using nature to heal, right? Or to do recreation, right? Right wingers not really into that as much, it would seem. You know, so either way, on either side, you're going to get folks who use policy, statute, and code to criminalize us. And then we're asked, make a choice, you know, which side is the lesser of two evils. Well, they're both evil, so I can't pick. I can't consciously, with awareness, say, I'm going to pick evil that's less evil than the other side of evil. No, because I'm going to get evil, and then I'm going to have to justify it. Well, at least it's less evil, right? The only way out of this is to go in and through and beyond, look back and see it for what it is and not play anymore, right? So when the right wing, left wing, middle wing, whatever wing decides to finally uphold the law of the land, to be bound by the constitutional contract, stop deleting parts of the contract and amending it so you can do whatever you want to do, then at that point, I will be outspoken in support of the representation of self-government, right? When these folks uphold the law of the land, when they secure the property and rights of the individual, when they protect the individual from other individuals or groups who want to interfere with property and rights, I will extol their virtues. But until they on either side do that, they're all bad. They're all wrong. They all got to go. None of them can be legitimized. None of them are getting my time, energy, attention, or resources because they fail to uphold their original function, formations, duties, and obligations. Functions, formations, duties, and obligations. We should make a rap here. We should do some freedom rapping, patriotard rapping. All right, come on. If you're not going to come up here or get on panel, then give me some questions, comments, concerns in chat. I'm at least addressing you. You get audience engagement here. Okay? You should be thankful and grateful for that. Keep it real. You should definitely be thankful and grateful for that. They don't do that many other places. All right, we got to go to some tabs as well. Put a 1 in the chat if you hit the like. Put a 2 in the chat if you subscribed. Put a 3 in the chat if you completely fucked yourself and the rest of the people in this nation by voting for slave masters. You're insane. That's probably you. Insanity's doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. I do the same thing over and over, expecting the results I always got. And it happens to work to some extent. So Paul could be our ground beef messiah, but he eats foods that aren't ripe yet. Okay. I don't know what that means, but you never know. I might go back at some point. Lou keeps telling me I'm going to get deathly sick at some point from not eating meat and eating the same meal literally every single day, all day for months on end. Onions, garlic, broccoli, cabbage, olive oil. Hasn't happened yet, but if it does happen, I may go back and then I can be your ground beef savior. What? RFK son? Not a full sentence. Let's try for the full sentences. Subject, predicate, the whole thing. We're into it here. Spiritually? Bitch, we can buy groceries. I think he meant we can't. We can't buy groceries. We can't pay rent. We can't get livable wages and can't find jobs. We can't afford healthcare. You talking a bunch of Fox News propaganda. Grow the fuck up. I don't know who we is. Care to call in? Care to come on panel and let us in on who we is? Care to also recognize that not everybody's you, and just because you can't / won't do what you need to do for yourself and your community doesn't mean that's everybody else. You're probably just a lazy, procrastinating, unwillful, undisciplined slave who wants to play the victim and blame everybody else for why you're in poverty and enslavement, I would guess, just based on the tone there, even though it's text. If I had to imagine you speaking like an inauthentic corporate male and whining and crying from this text, that's what I would get from you, right? So you're telling me that I'm speaking from a Fox News perspective. Fox noise is nonsense. MSLSD is nonsense. It's all propaganda. It's all bullshit. I'm speaking from my firsthand experience that if you stop bitching and complaining and you stop playing the victim and you actually do something or be a part of something and bring some fucking solutions to the problems we face, you'd probably be somewhat successful in life. And you wouldn't have somebody to blame your poverty and your disempowerment on. But you're not doing that. Okay? That's the key theme for most folks. They're not becoming aware of the problems we all face individually and collectively, and they're not changing themselves to meet those problems as the actual solution. So they keep getting poorer, more uninspired, more disempowered, and they keep blaming more and more people, places, and things for why they've never begun to live and gotten results. Get a fucking clue. You're going to tell me my firsthand experience was given to me by Fox Noise. No, that's you and other people here. Speaking of which, I have some contributions and support I got to get to. Tommy D says, always inspired. Thank you, Tommy D, for your contributions and support. Did Fox News send you to contribute and support because I'm doing what I'm formed to do here and I'm somewhat successful? Do I need Kamala and Donnie in my life for the last 1,000 days straight to tell me what to do and be and how to live? No, oddly enough, I didn't. Sad state of affairs around this place, I'll tell you that. What an opportunity, though, huh? Best of times, worst of times. They're all controlled actors now. You're getting it. On some level, we're all actors on the world stage. Essentially acting out or acting like whatever our internal script dictates. And then you got to ask yourself, where'd you get your internal script? Where did it come from? God, the devil? You know, neither, if that's what you believe. The men who rule over you. Where did your internal guideline mapping and script that you play out and act out your life on come from? I think that would be an interesting question to go over. Have you read and recommend Suits in Chancery? No, that doesn't ring a bell. Usually when people bring stuff up, if I've heard of it or touched on it, it rings a bell. I'm not familiar with that. So if I have almost no memory. Zero memory of it if I have. So he sounds like a Democrat with a victim mentality. Well, this is most people. You want to try to make the victim mentality specific to the Democrats. This is everybody in this society nowadays. Everything's unsafe. Everything's bad. Everyone's broke. Terrorists everywhere. Sovereignty. How are we going to save? Disease, COVID. This is the fear-based reality of both sides of the parties, both sides of democracy. They're all fear-based in their reality. They all only see the problems that their propagandists tell them to see, and they all pay for and embody the solutions their media propagandists give them, right? So most folks here are in a victim mentality, whether they want to accept it or not. Most folks here are disempowered, uninspired. Most folks here are going to the victimizers to ask them to save them from what they feel victimized by, right? All right, let's take a couple more here. Russia is empire of evil. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know how you deduce that. I suspect you haven't been there. So it's secondhand hearsay, and you're going to say it as if it's a fact without any firsthand experience. And you're going to get that from the trusted sources, right? Who probably have a reason for you to believe what you believe. I'd say there's pros and cons with every one of these corporations. Every one of these lands and these people / corporations has pros and cons. They have certain places where folks are more free and more based in common sense. They have certain places where people are more enslaved and have zero sensibility, it would seem. That's a common theme here. Very difficult to get it right. Quotes. He sounds like the god of all media, dummy. Well, the man's entitled to his opinion. A person complaining about money is probably living in one of those expensive places you can possibly live as well. Right. People complaining about money probably have no balls. They don't want to relocate. They don't want to do without, live within their means, sacrifice, have a long-term plan and goal. Hit that goal by carrying out the action steps and then reinvesting in order to grow their value and their worth, not only personally, but financially, right? Most people are not going to do that. They're not going to leave their quaint little town in Massachusetts where all the prices are through the roof and go out in the middle of the desert and spend $2,000 on land or whatever the case may be and work with some other folks and on and on and on and on. Most folks are not going to leave their shitty non-career where they're unfulfilled and half-assed every day and go out to a new place where they don't know anybody and try something new and make it fucking happen. That's most of us at a certain point in our life, and that's why we're supremely unsuccessful and uninspired and uninspiring, because we got no fucking balls is one of the bottom lines, right? You got no vision, or you got the vision and you got no balls because you're scared of what's going to happen if. I would know it. I would know it if I'm talking to you. I'm talking to an aspect of me. Man, this chat is just fucking bumping today. Can't even keep up with it. Paulie is one tofu block away from enlightenment. I don't eat tofu. Spirit animal is a salad. No, my spirit animal's Jack Talcott. Literally all of Trump's lies are to make his base fear someone else, like trans immigrants and any non-white people. MAGA is fear-mongering leading to hate. You're right for the wrong reasons, because the leftists are the same way. You're all the same way. They're all run by the same people. They all use the same programs and psychological warfare techniques to get to the same outcome. You're all doing it. You're all in fear-based reality. You're all blaming the other side for why everything's so bad. You're all fearful that the other side's going to take control and do tyranny, while all sides are taking control and doing tyranny. Get a fucking clue. It's New World Order, not Republican order, not Democrat order. Both sides are a part of turning the whole world into a business so they can profiteer and generate revenue and have power over all the people and their property and tell them what to do and why. They just have different reasons. The right wing's going to do it because there's sovereign citizen terrorists around every corner. The left wing's going to do it for climate change. They're both doing the same shit to the same people for the same reasons and claiming it's for different reasons. And both sides want more money, and both sides want more power, and both sides want to overwrite the law of the land. And both sides want to take over the world and direct it with statute, policy, and code. That's what the last 5 years was a beta test for. NIH, WHO, CDC. 3 shell corporations ran the world with statute, policy, and code and decided who and what we were all going to be and do. They're beta testing. You guys keep fighting each other. You're literally in an open air prison where they're using code and the guards who are picked from the slave class
to rule over everybody. You're in the open air prison being ruled over. Policy and code is your law, and you're all fighting each other on the tier. Nothing's changed. Crabs in a bucket. Literally is prison psychology. It's exactly what goes on in every prison across this land. Each individual person locked up, they get behind bars, they get in their groups, and they all fight each other over prison politics and code. While whoever's running the prison laughs and giggles. You're never getting out. You're never going to be free. You're free when we decide you're free. Till then, you're locked the fuck down. You do what we tell you to do, and you only fight each other while we laugh at your ass and run your life. And as long as we give you some Kool-Aid and some Cinnabons and some time outside to play the basketball, no one's any of the wiser, right? No one's any of the more disciplined and willful to actually get the fuck out and be free and change the situation of slavery. All working exactly how it's supposed to work. Perfect in its imperfection. White men generally have the highest IQ. The issue is their common sense and greed for their digital technocracy. Right. I don't know why we're doing the white and black thing. Let's just say that that's true. Europeans or Caucasians have higher IQs. What have they used it for? They've used it to generate technology to kill and or enslave the whole fucking world. Wow. What a flex, huh? Us white people be having higher IQ, don't you know? And what'd we do with it? Develop technology to enslave the whole solar system, poison it, and genocide it. Great. Develop technology to blast mind and heart control into every room or every kitchen of every house on every land. Great. But something bigger is going on, brothers and sisters. As some have said before, something bigger is going on. Best of times, worst of times, goblin creature. Always remember that. You can call out the slavery and genocide. We can get passionate about it, but then we have to pivot and be reminded, we ain't over yet. We ain't done yet. There's a lot still to unfurl, let's say. So there's a lot left to show itself and be fleshed out. Only one side tried to violently take over my vote via a mob. Oh my God. You know, some of you leftists, I love calling out Republitards, but some of you leftists really take the cake. If I had to vote who's the most retarded side, the left is going to get it every time. The right wingers are retarded, but they're like somehow along the road, right? They're closer to the promised land and the finish line. Some of you leftists are just completely in like an alternate reality. So this is one of them. We can literally tell who you are and what you serve and whose mind and heart controlled you just by what you type. It's fascinating. Only one side tried to violently take away my vote via a mob, and the side that claims to care about police officers doesn't pardon cop beaters at the Capitol. Okay? In case you didn't know and couldn't tell, January 6th was a psyop. I'm not a Trump-tard. I think Trumpers are retarded. Stockholm Syndrome cucks. Who literally are cheering for a human sex trafficker or someone who's done business with human sex traffickers, who says the Epstein list is a lie. Okay? But you're being gamed and pimped as well. This is the point. You're all being gamed and pimped from the opposite side. You really think those 10 people who we watched on video get led into the Oval Office, whatever it was an actual mob trying to take over elections? Cut it out, man. You guys are so easily mind and heart control to repeat this crap, to try to influence the rest of us. There was no mob. There was no takeover. There was 10 people, 2 of them of which have joined this broadcast and aren't even affiliated with anybody or anything other than maybe some corporation. They're potential agents. They literally let them in to get the video, to show it to the rest of you, to say, oh my God, our democracy is under siege by the right wingers. Let's give the leftists more reason to fight the right wingers and characterize them as terrorists so we can write up more bills, so we can take everybody's property and rights. Get a clue, please. You guys are literally supporting concentration camps right now for what you think are illegal immigrants. They're building it for you and for others, for anyone doing illegal shit. And guess what? I've proven it here. They did a survey. The average person commits 4 felonies a day unknowingly. Everyone's doing illegal shit all day, every day, whether they know it or not. So set this precedent that anything illegal means unlawful, and everybody's going to a camp because everybody's doing illegal shit. You've literally written up and paid for so many codes to be written up that the average person is now a criminal, and we're all doing illegal shit. Okay? So both sides are playing you off against the middle to create a fascistic, communistic, collectivist system of New World Order, complete with concentration camps and re-education camps, and they're going to use the political science to get you to pay for it, support it, and build it, and stock it with all the people who won't comply and cooperate. Potentially, I can't prove it. While you exclaim that it's for illegal immigrants and brown people. It's just that fucking easy. While you pay for and beg for a wall to be built around everybody so no one can leave. This has all been done before, by the way, folks. There's been examples before at times in history on certain lands where they build walls around everything. They start going medical tyranny style. They start dividing the country and doing civil war and using that medical tyranny to do experiments on people and re-educate them with the party line. We've done this all multiple times, multiple places before, people, by the way, in case you're wondering. Purges, folks rounded up, tortured till they comply. But it'll never happen here, even though it's happened here over and over again so far. They all just keep forgetting. They forget about the Japanese folks when they let Pearl Harbor happen and admitted to it. They forget about 9/11 and the 5 countries they went to do war that had nothing to do with the attack, supposedly. And all the people who were rounded up and tortured, right? So at what point, right? Well, we'll do the theme, the cliche. At what point does it stop becoming the Japanese? Before it was the black people. Okay? Then it's the sovereign citizens and the illegal migrants and this group and that group and the Arab terrorists. And then at some point, it's going to be you and I. Because we didn't comply, because we didn't cooperate, because we don't have the right papers, because we did something illegal. Whether it caused loss, injury, or harm or not, right? And your bitch ass will be sitting right there and it won't be funny anymore. And you'll be trying to figure out how you can call Paulie boy if he's not locked up as well and figure out what the fucking law is at the last minute so you can try to invoke it and not go completely into a tyranny of enslavement and genocide. Oh, we're already there. It's just cold tyranny and genocide. It's soft tyranny and genocide. We haven't gone completely to the other side of things yet, and they're begging for more of it. On either side, they want more. Snafu snaps your thoughts. I'd say I'm in rare form, but this is usual for me, right? Ranting and raving, looping on a lot of the same old things to the same old types of people with the same old nonsensical.
You're not wrong. If these people can't figure out the good cop, bad cop perspective to control a mass, I mean, they're fucking lost already. Like, that's what the funny thing about this is not even like everyone who knows if you have to control a mass, you have to have one side of the opposition with the other side of the opposition for the same agenda. And it's just unbelievable that these people can literally, like these puppets, like it blows my mind. But I think you have cured hunger. You know how you said you went in your fast? If eye boogers contain protein, you are good. You could eat your eye boogers, Paul.
Right.
But let's not forget about Building 7. And you named all those optics out, and I just want the people to let's not forget about Building 7, another one that they try and hide.
There's so many of them we can't, we got the polio idea. There's so many of these events in the past where it's clear what it is. And still to this day, we've never had any closure because of just the nature of the way things are. Right. And I don't expect to ever have it either. And we don't have to hope for it either. Right. Because by doing what's true and what's right, being honorable, surrendering the rest in good faith, we'll get everything that we need individually and collectively as well, even if those are opposing dynamics. Let me answer this real quick. No one was let in the Capitol. Tell me an exact side entrance. I have done the research. Police officers having to defend. Give me a break. Those police officers didn't pepper spray. They didn't wand.
Dude, there is footage. There is footage of them walking them around.
Yeah, dude, please. These people will believe anything. They'll repeat anything. It's obvious those cops didn't try to stop anybody there. We've watched cops shoot people, riddle people's body on the side of the road, pepper spray, tase. They didn't do any of that. Give me a break.
Right. And this is supposedly going after the nation's capital, but they didn't stop it. Yeah.
The nation capital is under siege. The cops couldn't handle the unarmed mob of 20, so they fell back to defend their positions and were overtaken. Give me a break.
What is the concept here of these people grasping onto the good cop, bad cop, and still not understanding that I get the whole we the people, government talkage, the verbiage, but to me that still is a thing. We the people, because I consider people like you the ones like the people.
They don't get it, man. They're so deep in the indoctrination. They're living through the TV and the two sides and the narratives and the psychological warfare. They're just that depersonalized and detached from themselves in reality, that this is all they have left is a fantasy within an illusion, within a delusion that is lived out through the screens, which is another illusion and delusion, right? The mind control, heart control program is all but complete at this point for the majority, right? We're literally at the point now where if you wonder why AI is coming in to replace God and manufacturing and human thought, or forethought or imagination and co-creativity, it's obvious to me spiritually why we're right on time. These people are no longer conscious and aware. They can't think for themselves. They can't deduce right from wrong. They have to be replaced by someone or something on a mass scale. Has to happen. It's a power vacuum.
Do you think that's why, in my opinion, I think because of the mass starting to wake up to the good cop, bad cop, I think that's why we're starting to see Mr. Puppeteer Elon, who does have a New World Order Starlink connection with allies and enemies alike, And again, when we're in a police state world, folks, a lot of this technology will be implemented. I think that the reason Elon's claiming, I'm going to start this new party is because the mass is waking up to a good cop, bad cop situation. So they're going to insert the third the side of the coin, not the front or the back, but the side of the coin, so to speak.
Right. So they're thinking we're sensationalizing because they're so mind and heart controlled, they can't even accept what's in their face. So when they said 15 years ago FEMA was building camps, now the government's defunding FEMA. So where are those FEMA camps? That's another gotcha game, right?
They're building them right now. You
Snafu, please let me finish. Let me finish. As Snafu is saying, they literally are building them now and have them now, but they have you convinced they're for certain members of the population, so you support it, you're down for it. The fact that it's FEMA camps doesn't make a difference. Take away the word FEMA from camp, and it's already here. It's happened. It's happened in the past. You guys are denying a reality that's already happened. We go back to Pearl Harbor, and they were going around taking people who look Japanese and putting them in internment camps to investigate them because maybe they're terrorists. We've already done this already. We're doing it again now, and you're saying, where is it? Because you're convinced that we need it.
I think it was
please let me finish when I'm talking. Go ahead.
I was going to say that it was 1980s or 70s that they recently just quote got rid of the ugly law here in the United States. If you go look up the ugly law, to where they were actually arresting people with deformities or retardedness or mental disabilities, and this was in 1970s. It finally got kind of out of the state law. You fucktards don't even get the Walmarts. Why do you think which Walmart is completely linked to FEMA camp? And if you go look at the history, why do you think they're starting to degrade, pull some of the groceries out, set up this Alcatraz? Texas and Florida are the big states wanting part of this. California next. These fucktards, again, what's about to happen has happened before in all these other countries.
These people don't understand that we already have the history and, as you say, the optics of what went on during World War II. This nation supported Hitler and the Nazi German idea of eugenicism. Okay? The idea came from people who were based here. They funded it there. They used ethnicities in order to demonize a certain section of humanity so they could do medical tyranny and perform experiments and take people and re-educate them. They're doing it again on the back of a medical tyranny, on the back of a genocide program with 5 boosters, with the guy pushing it who literally is on record saying he created AIDS. This is it's beyond it at a certain point. It's beyond diabolical and tragic movie that we're living. And what's even more fascinating, entertaining, and is amazing is how these people deny it. So literally on the back of a worldwide genocide program, they're now saying, we're building more concentration camps, but it's only for the brown illegals. Don't you worry about it. And this is how you potentially go right into a Holocaust. The same way they were sitting someplace at one point going, oh, Hitler's building the camps to interrogate all the Jews who don't want to conform with society. And maybe they had a point, not the Jews, the Zionists. They may have had a point, but little did they know they were supporting their own enslavement, because when the system got built, it didn't come for the Jews. It came for everybody who would question authority, to the artists, right? To the black folks, to the everybody. It wasn't just about Jews. So they do this every time. They insert a political class that does certain activities. They put the attention on them. They resurrect or create a system that's supposed to stop or deal with this ethnic problem, right? Through ethnic cleansing or re-education. And then that system is then used for anybody who questions government and illegitimacy of authority, right? That's how the game works. They've done it on every land, and you dunces fall for it every time because they pick a group that you have no problem demonizing. And when they figure out who that group is, they run with it on everybody else. Okay? So at some point, potentially, you'll be sitting somewhere drinking your morning coffee. The price will be through the roof for, which a hidden tax. And that hidden tax of inflation will go to fund, potentially, a camp where there'll be everyone and anyone. You won't know it because it'll be told over the TV. It's just for them illegal immigrants and migrants. But there'll be sovereign citizens in there and political prisoners and all types of different classes and titles of people who got a label stuck on them because they didn't want to do the bidding of U.S. corporation, or they didn't want to comply with the tyranny, right? So you better get your head out of your ass and realize where we're at historically and what this is all potentially going to be spiritually, if we let it be.
So I think I started fucking around with you about 4 years ago, 5 years. I put something in your backstage. All you motherfuckers that wanted to say Snafu Snaps is crazy, Snafu Snaps has no idea what he's talking about.
He doesn't.
I don't know. If you want to share the link I just put in your backstage, y'all could fucking suck my cupcake balls.
All right. Now that's it. This is a family broadcast.
The link. I've been screaming this the whole time.
America, because of Daddy's little boy. This is Larry Ellison's son, David. He owns Skydance Media, the company that just merged with Paramount. Larry Ellison's son. Larry Ellison is the guy who runs Oracle Corporation, one of the largest computer software and cloud storage companies in the world, that he interestingly founded after working on a major project for the CIA to build a database that was
right. And someone in chat will continue this video. Remind me if I don't get back to it. Someone in chat is theorizing. You got a lot of folks who are called to this chat who wind up theorizing, and they make connections that maybe shouldn't be made because they're crazy and they're wild. You know, like how on the left side, they completely opened the borders, you know, and funded the Fauci experiments with Wuhan and sold the country out to China and many others over the years. Right. And then
recently the military, our military just admitted that our cloud storage, the Chinese have access to for the last 3 years, which again, they're admitting this, and the same with the
point I'm making is the left wing completely prepared everybody to receive the migrants that had the disease. If it wasn't the towers with the exosomal reaction, that's part of it too. I don't put it. We're never going to know what happened completely. That's how this whole thing works and rolls on. Is we'll never know completely. Was it the towers that they put up in Wuhan that within weeks everyone started getting sick? You know, the cancer towers, or was it an actual physical disease? I contend maybe both. Two-prong attack. They had a whole new infrastructure that was put up with the cancer towers that they claim they can link to cancer now and all these other exosomal diseases and reactions. And on top of that new infrastructure that came about, the cancer towers, some have said, was right around the time they were bringing in all the migrants. And as far as I know, Elements of U.S. corporation on both sides have underground bases, certain places. I know this gets crazy and deep, where they do medical experiments, and then maybe they walk the people in, and then people start getting sick, and then they ramp it up with the towers, and then they use the right wing to lock everything down and make everyone richer, who's got the power and the control, like Bezos and Elon and all the rest. It's almost like both sides are working together separately to create outcomes, right?
Well, it's like the whole good cop, bad cop. You got Biden vax your ass, Trump vax your ass, but even with the FEMA camp setup we're watching. But if you look at it, all of the
But
sickness,
Snafu, I want you to ask the audience. I want you to ask the audience. Turn to the audience every 30 seconds and tell them, call in, get on this panel. I want to hear from the Trump tards the explanation. Fucking explain it to me. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what you Trump tards think about old Trump trying to back out of the Epstein files, old Trump trying to back out of the vax your ass optics. And again, the systematic setup, folks. If you watch what's happening with big tech, the Middle East, and all the infrastructure in Dubai, China, Hong Kong, they're building magnificent bridges, highways, sky rises. And here in America, like, look at our highways and infrastructure. Folks, if you don't think that they're investing all this money into an infrastructure in all these other third world countries, and again, war makes money. Civil discourse makes money. Middle East, China, all these countries have lived through it. They're just waiting for our time, so to speak. Here in the mainland.
We got to address the audience. DM, again, we're looping. And then I'm going to end here shortly before the third hour, because there's only so much we can loop, whether it's week to week, year to year.
Here, slaves. Call the number. Get your ass on panel before Daddy fucking disconnects chat. Maybe Daddy should disconnect chat, period, and force these motherfuckers.
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.
That's your daddy. That's your daddy.
Yeah. That's my pocket leftist. I have a pocket leftist back there who's very inclusive and loving and caring.
Wait, which pocket is this from? The left pocket or the right pocket?
Too. He's very powerful and sexy. There's no denying it.
Are we talking about your left?
Snafu, please. Okay. Snafu, please. I get it. You're hyped up. You're inspired. You're excited. I am too. But, dial it back a little bit. Dial it back like 2-3 notches. All right. We were invaded through an open border by illegals, draining our economy for a Democratic Party vote. Right.
30 seconds are up. Get up here, slave.
And then Donnie immediately turned around and capitalized on this unfortunate event by selling citizenships, locking everyone down, and buying everyone off with $700 stimulus. Again, hello? Both sides are working together separately to play both sides off against the middle. How do you not see this? How are you guys not seeing this? Why are the Republicans not having mass arrests for Fauci and Bill Gates and the media arms for doing the biggest medical tyranny in history? With the little creature. You remember the little creature? We all remember the creature when you saw the zoomed in Petri dish. Remember the zoomed in Petri dish with the creature? Little African American. It was black. I don't know if it's African American. I'm trying to be politically correct. There was an African American amoeba creature that was reaching out to the camera. That was in the vaccine. Why is Donnie and not all these Republicans and RFK? Why is RFK and the other folks not doing mass arrests of the leftists and the other folks who did medical tyranny? He's too busy sucking down methylene blue on flights and getting pictures taken, so you all go suck this shit down and eat it for health and safety. Why? I'll ask again. Why are the Republicans not doing mass arrests of all the gun stores and gun shops and places where they're interfering with your right to bear arms? And telling you got to have 3 forms of corporate identification, and you got to submit to background checks, and you got to be guilty till proven innocent to engage in a right. Where are all your cowardly punk ass rhino Republicans who don't stand for a motherfucking natural right yet? Where are they at? It's the weirdest thing ever. It's almost like they've accepted and tolerated and even are profiteering from what the leftists are all doing because they're not stopping it and they're making money doing it. They're complicit, if nothing else. If they're not engaged with them to do corruption and conspiracy, they're complicit, which means they're engaged with them and they're involved. So till your fucking weak ass lying corrupt Republicans arrest everybody who's stopping people from having a gun lawfully, everybody who was convinced to sign contracts and paper to waive liability to take 5 booster shots with a little African American amoeba in there that does a little something on your heart, does a little dance with your heart, they say. Till I see the mass arrests of all these people interfering with property and rights or doing corruption that causes loss, injury, and harm on everybody using the public system, I'm not believing it. I'm not buying it because I'm not that much of a fucking dupe. But many of you are. We know that. Your thoughts, Snafu?
Yeah, it's past 30 seconds. All you fucktards in chat and fucking watching the show, get your bitch asses up here and talk to daddy or call the phone line. There you go.
I wish more African American amoebas on everybody. Give them more. Not, you know what? Let me change that for God and karma. I don't wish it. I want what's meant for these people, and God, it seems, has allowed the devil to do its worst. So more African American amoebas to dance with the hearts of all the citizens.
Wait, are we talking about the ones
Where's
with
my
AIDS
creature?
or just the starving ones?
No, please. All of them.
Oh,
all
okay.
of them who are compliant and complicit with this Babylonian tyranny and corruption, who keep justifying it and making excuses. All of them.
I heard someone...
I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're trans. I don't care if they have no legs and arms and they're a human potato. All of them. If you have a voice box or you can type with your nubs and you keep justifying and apologizing for this Babylonian tyranny on both sides, curses on you from the God of creation, not from the God of creation, from the devil that the God of creation has allowed to do its worst on you because you're bad faith and dishonorable, and you will not worship the Most High. You'll worship Donnie and Joey and the little African-American amoeba spike protein, but you won't worship the God of creation and you won't serve the truth. So bring on more. Where's my creature? I want to look for it now because they think I'm crazy. These people
You're not,
say,
I thought
crazy.
You're not crazy.
Snafu, please. They'll say he's crazy. He keeps saying African-American amoeba. What does that mean? What is that? What the fuck is he talking about? All right. I'm going to see how good my search terms are. Amoeba creature, Vax,
black.
No, please, Snafu, please. There it is. Right away. Bam. No one keywords like I keyword. That's why I'm a god of all media. Immediately. I want a better picture of it, though. There's one where the thing actually like reaches out to shake hands with the cameraman.
Holy shit.
Pictures. Yeah, but this will do, though. This is the first creature. You can't see that it's African American. In this one, it's almost kind of it's kind of black, brown, clear. So it's actually all three.
Maybe Anglo. Maybe it's Anglo.
It's a mutt creature. It's beyond race and ethnicity. You see this thing? They put that thing. There's a video of it. They put the Vax under the microscope, and the little African American amoeba creature started reaching out and expanding. And then when they cut people's hearts open, some have said, I don't know any of this. I'm not a doctor, not an official source, by the way. So we all got to shut up.
Outside veins are now sticky, gooey, ooey all through the veins of human bodies.
Right. There's a whole bunch of plaque and creature, and the African American amoeba creature expands.
What? Paul, Damsel Medic actually brought something really intriguing to me because I do talk about this stuff. She was talking about all the animals. And the animals on farms getting the jabby wabbies and how illnesses with like the cows and their udder infections.
This is why I'm telling people. They'll say I'm crazy because I have a revelation from God, and they'll say New World Order is just telling Paulie to do this. He got deceived because he's eating the soy protein and becoming weaker and weaker. No. I honestly believe God revealed to me at a certain point it was wrong to take life that doesn't belong to you if you don't have to. And furthermore, all of your meat and sources of meat and other things are now tainted with the African American amoeba creature. Okay? Because they've admitted they're giving all the cows and the chickens and everything else the love shots, the shots for love and safety. So you're consuming this shit. You're eating this shit. It's cross species contamination.
I got footage of the fish farmeries and all the chickens, like before they hit the shelves and stuff, or farms. I mean, I got the footage, folks. They are wabba jabbing everything.
All right, come on, Snafu. We got a private citizen here. Private citizen, are you there? Questions, comments, concerns. You're feeding back a little bit. You may have to get a headset, but what do you got for me?
No, that wasn't me. I got a headset. I was muted. You just had to get on the panel and chit chat a little bit. I mean, you've gone.
Oh yeah,
over a
thanks
lot.
for reminding me. 30 seconds. Get your.
If you keep fucking, you know what? You're done for now because you keep interrupting. I'm not going to keep giving you chances to then do the opposite of what I ask of you. Go ahead, private citizen. Your thoughts?
I mean, much of what you're talking about is accurate. And I think a lot of the left-right paradigm, or the red-blue and all that, they're not getting it, and you're laying it down pretty well, and I appreciate it. There's a lot of stuff that they're not getting, and from my opinion, and boots on the ground, seeing stuff in action, firsthand experience, not secondhand, people were let over the border into the country for the purposes of letting in cartel to do the dirty work of politicians. And I've personally encountered that in 4 different states. And now that those individuals
are you an official, sir? Ex-official?
No, never worked for the government. Never plan on working for the government in any way, shape, or form. State, federal, however you want to spin it.
How did you come across this information? How did you become privy to this information?
There was a girl I grew up with, and she was in most of my classes in high school, and she was disappeared and was trafficked, and they found her at the bottom of the Connecticut River.
So the bottom line is, and again, as crazy as this sounds, there's a lot of smoke to this fire, you could argue, including the latest denial of the Epstein list, and then coincidentally the same month or week, Ghislaine has been moved to a lighter security, and it's projected that she will be released at some point here because she's going to give an official statement that Donnie and so many others had nothing to do with what Jeffrey was up to, that he's now dead by suicide for. And we're going to go back to new normal, right? So many folks have said that this is all connected. It's all related. It spans all of politics, right? That's why it's so heavy, because it not only incorporates the likes of Donnie Trump, but the Kissingers and the Clintons and all the rest of them. They're all implicated, right? As if we couldn't surmise, some of us who've studied criminology, psychology, and sociology, that the richest people who literally their whole life is how to get and maintain and use power are up to some pretty devious activities, right? As if we couldn't figure that out. We couldn't extrapolate on that. At least some of them, if not all of them.
Yeah.
And again, we have 10% of all billionaires died this year. Unprecedented amount of deaths. So I'm not leading the witness. I'm just reporting.
You
here.
also
reporting. Go ahead.
In June and July, you've had some of the largest roundup of police officers, deputies, sheriffs that were involved in trafficking of minors, and they got arrested. Specifically, from my research, within the last 20 years, we've never seen this many arrests in the last 2 months. This is just from June and July. And those are individuals that, for the most part, the left and the right would both look up to these individuals, these men in blue in uniform, say, oh, they're there to serve and protect, right? And you and I and most of the people, I would say, that are watching this would all agree that, no, they're not here to serve and protect.
No, that's me, sir. The one that they shit on and lie about, that's me and others here. We're here serving and protecting with no guarantees for what's true and what's right. But please continue.
Right. No, it's just to go back to my earlier point. The reason those borders were open was to let in cartels so that it would do the dirty work of politicians. And that is going on. And the moment those borders got shut down, whether it's, for good or bad purposes, that I'll put that aside. That's a different conversation. The borders got shut down, and the people that were involved in the cartels are getting rounded up in mass. And now what you see here on the East Coast, and I can only speak for the locality that I'm in, what you've seen in New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, it's been hitting in the news that they're finding bodies in the woods and all that. Well, from my opinion and from the limited research I've done, those are bodies that were taken out from cartel members that were hired by politicians. And now when you kick those cartel out of the country, what are they going to do? They're going to leak the information because they got no skin in the game anymore, right? They're not getting paid anymore. So they're going to start dropping it.
No, I was listening to you. I was trying to tell the guy on the phone who just called in. We got someone on the phone. Let's just go hop over to them, hang out, private citizen for a minute. 817, are you there?
Hello. Hello, Paul.
Hello. Do you got a name for me?
My name is Landry.
Oh, it's Landry. How are you, Landry? The chosen one, according to JT himself. What can I do for you, Landry? Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah. I'm just, trying to make sure that I, cover all my bases here. I'm trying to. There might be some damage control here in a little bit. There's just some. I know you've been busy, but there's been a couple hours with some interesting JT stuff. But essentially, I'm just hoping that everyone knows that the message is still love, and we're still going to make it all happen. And no matter what the haters might say after what happened for the last 2 hours.
All right, Landry, try to leave that over there. I didn't give you the notice yet, but official notice now. Try to leave JT and all the other stuff over there and try to keep it as much separate from here and what we're doing here, right? I kind of learned my lesson, I believe, or I have an idea now of what I want to do, and I don't want to cross-pollinate, right? More than necessary, but we'll get into that later. I'll come over to your side, to your area, and we'll get into some of that. Metaversal miscreants, myths and misgivings, misdeeds. You got anything else germane to the topic here? Questions, comments, concerns, or that's pretty much it?
Just showing support, just showing my my good friends some love, and stay. Sorry, I gotta
All right, give us the Black Lives Matter one time.
You got it.
Black Lives Matter. Okay. All right, there it is. I'm just tongue in cheek. I'm sort of pissing off the Trump tards here. I mean, obviously the whole thing's ridiculous, right? Black Lives Matter and all that. We can get into all that too. That's PSYOP. Who's funding that? Why are they funding that? Every guys, we come here every day. What you're going to learn in life is the majority of things, people, places, and things, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Okay? That's the most succinct, boiled down sort of piece of wisdom and life skill that you're going to learn here. I'm going to giving you here today. That's the first one's free. It's on the house. Most people, places, and things in this life, concepts, on some level, all bullshit. Okay, private citizen, you were saying, where were we? If we can get back to what we were talking about, right?
About border policy and
right.
Yeah.
So, okay, do you concur with the idea that all of political science is essentially this belief of a false choice that no matter who you pick, they're going to work together separately to play the population off against the middle? For both sides.
It's alchemy, it's chemistry. In order to have a battery that's functioning properly, you have to have a positive and negative. And what comprises of that is you have two materials that are constantly in reaction with each other. If you have no reaction, you have a dead battery, right? And if you have a dead battery, it's useless. You throw it the fuck away, right? Nobody wants a dead battery. But in order to get a nicely charged battery, you need two sides, both empowered with their own beliefs and opinions, going at it, like hardcore. And the harder they go at it, the better.
So do you believe that one of the natures of this reality are, like some have said, this is a hell realm here, and so certain things have to exist, and therefore in order for those things to exist based on the terms of this realm, they have to be comprised of certain components? There has to be a certain constituency. I'm going kind of deep here. If you don't want to get into that or you don't know, then just say that, presuming you don't want to speculate. But from time to time, I'll go there just because I find it to be a curious topic. Many folks have kind of gotten onto lately, where it's suspected that this place is a generator of sorts, and that one of the activities here that generates the power for the greater non-physical matrix is that reaction, so to speak, right? That sort of fear-based, or I guess fear or faith-based sort of core dynamic that plays off against each other in order to power either this realm or a certain system, that is physical or non-physical.
Respectfully, that sounds a little bit too Rick and Morty for me.
Right.
I'm not thinking it's we're some intergalactic generator. It doesn't, that doesn't add up. And for this to be a hell realm, I don't know. I can't say one way or the other. It definitely at times seems that it has a certain aspect or nature of that. But what I do believe, and I believe in Christ. I believe in the Bible as much as I can interpret it, right, for myself. And one of the things that was in there in the book of Genesis, and Genesis, if you break that down, it's like the foundation of everything. If you etymology and all that, if you get into that, but man was given dominion, right? And so what I see, in my opinion, I'm walking around and every bullshit thing I see, I go, I'm responsible for that. I'm responsible for not holding it accountable. I'm responsible for not picking up the trash that my neighbor threw on the ground. I'm responsible for not holding these folks accountable and bringing into this realm what I want to see flourish. Right?
And that right there is part of what we go over here when I talk legal versus lawful. The whole society has become a legal corporatist society. A lawful society would be one that rests on the maxims of law. And some of the maxims of law are equity and interest and good faith, right? So you take an interest in the world you live in and making it a little bit better. And you do that by engaging in equity. Equity is essentially giving what you want to receive, right? Interest, equity, trust, and good faith, right? The trust is that if we're going to be a republic here, if we can keep it, then we have to act in good faith and we have to take an interest in our lands and each other and the idea of governance, right? And we have to act with
legal. You said legal, lawful, and I would add to that and include spiritual in that, because what's written in the Bible and everything else is the devil comes at things from a standpoint of spiritual heavenly courts. Like the devil.
That's what I mean when I say lawful. Just to be clear,
Okay.
when I'm talking lawful, it would essentially be the metaphysical component that is reflective of the physical component. So the legal society, the legalistic side of things would be the physical side of the ruling in this realm, right? It's the shaitan. Shaitan isn't necessarily always bad and evil. But it's the physical manifestation of physical order here that is supposed to, you would think, reflect the metaphysical dynamic, right? What's lawful. So as the mind goes, the man follows. The only way to have a legitimate physical system here is if you have a legitimate metaphysical system here, or a recognition of the most legitimized metaphysical system here, which would be consciousness and awareness using conscience. Conscience is the word, right? With science, because it's scientific method. Essentially, what it's revealing in the words and terms is we can deduce right from wrong. We can reduce right from wrong objectively, and we have to, as much as possible, implore our physical systems to uphold the alignment with the metaphysical law of this realm, which is the ascertaining objectively of the difference between right from wrong. So it's obvious we have not done that. When we are more in alignment with that, we get a prosperous society, right? A society that's free and therefore able to love, because the phrase is free love, right? And the more we're free and we're able to love and or care for ourselves and what's true and what's right, we're able to serve. And the more we can be the example of make America great again. And because we become the example of that, as within, so without, as above, so below, the government reflects the people people reflects the government, and all is well, right? When we're in alignment with that metaphysical law, the legal system is sound. When we're not in alignment with that metaphysical law, the legal system is completely tyrannical, corrupt, and bereft of any kind of objective logic, morals, or ethics. And that's where we're at. And it's no coincidence, right? The people get the government they deserve. So because most people do not believe in or know the experience of God or God's eternal truth and law and order here, they do not know themselves. They cannot govern themselves, and therefore they have been taken over and governed by the dysfunctional aspect of the Saturnian God of this world. Because again, while you could argue spiritually we need a physical government here, right? Because those who are not understanding of themselves and the law are not fit to govern themselves. They have to be governed from without by someone or something else. If you create that system and you allow people of the slave class to run that system will rather quickly become completely corrupt. And that's where we're at. So, yeah, man, the only way back from this is what I believe is exactly what I and others are doing when it comes to understanding the law, how it manifests in the physical realm, communicating this properly to touch these people's souls, to get these people to start serving the truth and the law, right? Upholding the law, and therefore the people of this land. If not, we are going to go deeper into judgment and we're going to manifest hell on earth. We've already been doing that the last, 10, 20, 30 years. It's becoming more and more apparent, right? We're literally manifesting hell on earth because due to the nature of the holographic simulation, right? As within, so without, as above, so below. Go ahead.
Are you approaching this from the standpoint of almost like proselytizing the truth to the ignorant? Or are you coming at this from the standpoint of trying to find your tribe that's already living by correct principles and then group up with them and then make change happen?
The ignorant it's never a static group, right? We're all ignorant to some extent, sometimes, some places about certain dynamics. So it's always in flux, right? We're always doing the process of speaking the eternal truth to ourselves, inspiring ourselves, because that's what this is. It's like someone who's sober goes back to NAAA to talk to the addicts. He does what he does for him. By doing what he does for him, he does it for everyone else there, right? So the more we speak life into existence and make it real, in the beginning is the word is made real, we start to get in alignment with being co-creators in this realm rather than producers and consumers. See? The more we get in alignment with being co-creators, the more we can become God-like. I'm not saying become God. I'm saying align with the experience of God and start to do and be and have things we never thought were possible. That's God-like, right? So I'm doing this from the position of we're all oneself on the highest level. On the lowest level, the same applies. The only gap is understanding based on perspective, right, and information and the communication and the activation. That's the gap. But we're still all oneself. So I know on some level that by speaking certain eternal truths, there is people out there today and every day who are ignorant of certain dynamics, either internally or externally, are going to be influenced, right? That's why we're influencers here. And they're going to start to take a new account and become more accountable in themselves and in their life, and therefore response-able. So that's the work that I'm called to do, I believe, by God. I've been shown that over and over again. I've had people who were ministers and preachers tell me at some of the lowest points in my life, you are meant to do what I'm doing here and what this is. And I denied it at the time, but I see it now later, right? Looking back. So I've stepped into that role and that position. Again, we're all ignorant sometimes, some places. And then by witnessing, like bear witness and testimony to the experience of the grace and mercy and revelation of the experience of God, we have a life-changing perspective that happens, right? And then that perspective leads to different actions, which leads to different results, which leads to salvation. So essentially what I'm doing here is ministry. I don't call it that because I'm not a religious person, like by default. But I have had what I believe to be a godly experience and have had many of them and got the revelation of what we're meant to be doing here and applied that and gotten results. So I believe that was for everyone else, right? And then, of course, each individual person has to decide for themselves what that means. Is that even a real thing? Does that have some weight? And what are they going to do with that? But oftentimes, as far as the willfully ignorant, because there's people who are ignorant in the sense of they ignore the truth, and or they don't know the truth because they're nescient, right? They don't have the ability to know it. And then there's the willfully ignorant, the ones who refuse to accept the truth and reality. Those people get mocked here for comedy purposes and for learning purposes. Because oftentimes with those people, I get to close the gap of the one self idea when I do presumption and assumption, and it's clear to everyone in the room who has discernment that I'm correct, right? So the ability for me to meet a strange person, look at what they type and listen to them and feel the energy and know who and what they are and what they're likely doing and what they're going to be guilty of is an example of being godlike. I'm not saying I'm God. I'm saying that's the godlike experience. Through that godlike experience of oneself on the highest and even the lowest level, we can bridge the gap in understanding and recognize the one truth, one life, one way. See? And they won't be willful participants in that, right? At least they think they're not going to be. But through their words and their energies and their understanding or lack thereof, they reveal who they are and what they serve, and a greater implication for a greater dynamic. So, there's so many things that go on here. If I were to language it out, there's 15 or 20 different dynamics that are going on here, or 15 or 20 different reasons why I do what I do here. But it all comes back to the same theme: the one truth, the one life, one way, the revelation of the godly experience here, and then a practice to try to align the flesh or the physical with the supernatural metaphysical, right? In order to be disciplined and do God's will. And of course, that's easier said than done, because our flesh and the people, places, and things in the ways of the world are very enticed and captivated and seduced by the false light, right? And I think it almost has to be that way. It's like you couldn't have this third dimensional simulation if you didn't have higher and lower self, which are complementary, right? So by doing everything wrong here and experiencing all the lowest of the low, including slavery and genocide, we then get the opportunity to do and be and have better for ourselves. And once we hit that rock bottom and we go through that phoenix crash and burn to rise higher, the spirit is awakened. Right. And purpose seems to become more clear, and meaning seems to become more present, and value and principle and empowerment and inspiration starts to become the priority in truth. And of course, at that point, you're going to be at odds with the deceivers, the liars, and the children of the lie, because they're in the world and of it, right? All of these dynamics and all this teaching or this fellowship and this alchemy has all been shown and taught in the scriptures, right? It's the same process over and over again with all of us. We either step into it after we become aware of it and we work it and get results and then do the fellowship with others, or we don't, right? But I honestly have come to believe that that is the main purpose and meaning and value and principles and empowerment and inspiration for all of us, if we let it be, is discovering this understanding and this revelation, witnessing what it does with you in your life and with the system, and then giving it away to others. And it just starts to work its magic, throughout the cosmos. Rick J, give me a sign. Irish goodbye. There we go. Rick J, what can I do for you? Then I'm gonna give back to Private Citizen. I like this Private Citizen guy. He seems kind of focused. He seems coherent. He seems confident, capable. He lets me blather on at times when I need to, gets in where he fits in. That's promising. I get a good first impression from him, but it remains to be seen. Rick J, what can I do for you? I can't hear you. Your lips are moving, but you're not saying anything. Test. Are you hearing him, Private Citizen? I can't hear him.
Negative.
Okay, yeah, we can't hear you. So work with your tech over there. You might have the wrong input, whatever the case may be. Ace Jones, what can I do for you while Rick J gets his tech together?
I just wanted to give a update on can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, so I found a lab close by to the pad, and yeah, it's expensive, man. I didn't know that it was so expensive to get some testing for some water at a laboratory. It's about from $850 to $900, and so I'm gonna just hold on that, and I'm just gonna invest my time on the Slavian mobile and on the t-shirts.
All right,
Yeah.
Ace, I got to go to this and comment. I always look forward to whatever you're up to. You got some good ideas and good imagery, and I know the people love it. Someone just said here, children of the lie in quotes, okay, Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm aware of Jesse Lee Peterson. I haven't watched much of him, but I am aware of him, and I've used some of his catchphrases here. But I haven't watched enough of him for him to be that much of an influence on me. I don't believe, at least. It might be a subconscious thing. Children of the lie is a term from the scripture. So Jesse Lee Peterson didn't write the Bible. Okay? So when you do the whole thing of I'm quoting Jesse Lee Peterson when he's quoting the Bible, it's more likely I'm quoting the same thing he's quoting. So the Bible describes the children of the lie as those who are deceived by Satan's lies or willing to choose to believe them. They are not children in the sense of being born as such, but rather they have allowed themselves to be deceived by Satan's lies and so have become his children. Again, this is the same dynamic as the god Saturn, which is where we get the term Shaitan or Satan, Saturn. And Saturn is the god that ate his own children. And interestingly enough, a lot of the top fast food brands and you know logos and corporations use Saturnian symbolism, even going so far as showing the god that eating his own children. It's a KFC ad, is one I remember specifically. So yeah, this is a realm of test and challenge. This realm is in the hands of the Dark One. The purpose of that, I've deduced, is we're supposed to be tested and challenged at a spiritual level to see who and what we are or what we serve. And the only way to get us on record with that is to offer us a convenient, comfortable lie and see how many times over and over again we'll choose it. One example of a convenient and comfortable lie is just keep voting and paying the tax, and somehow, some way, it's all going to get better. They're going to save you. So every time you push the button in this game of the convenient, comfortable lie, you generate the judgment that you're not of and with God and serving God and the truth. You're a child of the lie, right? You're of the deceiver and the deception. That's why it just keeps getting worse. Because that button corresponds to more tests, more challenge, more torture, more revelation. And the only way to get to enlightenment is self-chosen suffering. You're literally pushing the button of free me, save me, and cosmically what it represents behind the button is torture me more, test me and challenge me more, reveal more to me through the darker side of the force about true freedom and empowerment versus enslavement through the lie and the comfortable, convenient deception, right? There's many of them. I'll give you another example. When you were gripped with fear because there was something in the air and we don't know what it is, but everybody's getting sick. The convenient, comfortable lie was if you just take 5 of these here boosters, you're never going to have to worry about it again. Health and safety all day, every day. Okay, give it to me. Give it to me. Push the button again. More tests, more challenge, more darkness, more false light, more humiliation ritual. Because every time you get to the crossroads, you're given the option to choose faith and do the next right thing. Sometimes the next right thing is nothing at all. Right? Just have faith, surrender to faith, do the next right thing, even if it's nothing at all, and trust that God's got you. And instead of you working in the maxims of law, trust, equity, and faith, honor, you go right over to the other side, to the legal system, to the scientism, to the ways of the world, and the people who are in and of the world. The ones who literally on record over and over again, lying and deceiving and involved in corruption. What do you think that means spiritually when 70 to 80% of the world on record from NIH push the button again? What do you think it means for where we are and where we're potentially going, right? Again, the only answer is the same thing that Christ did being told the Babylonians. Come out of her, my people. There is no convenient, comfortable, quick, overnight answer that's going to get it done. If you think there is, you're a child of the lie, you're deceived. How this is going to get done is by you doing the fucking work, coming out of the darkness into the light and doing what's true and what's right and exemplifying a faith in God and his or its law. And you can't serve 2 masters, the scripture says. So if you think legal, statute, policy, and code is your law, you're a child of the lie again, you're in judgment. The only way you can serve God and serve the truth, the eternal truth that God put here for us to exemplify, is to reject the ways of the world and the worldly rulers and systems. But that scares you because you may have to live like Jesus. You may have to get locked up a couple times like Jesus did. Shit, you may have to carry your own cross and be killed for what's true and what's right. And again, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to go to hell or die to get there. That's the problem. See, faith without works is dead. There's no denying this at this point. I'm not a religious person. I wasn't schooled on any of this. None of this shit would have made sense to me. I would have thought I was crazy at one point for saying this shit. Now, I'm almost completely convinced it can't be anything else. That may make me the biggest fool in the room, right? Because I believe I know at this point. Imagine that. Imagine that. It's going to be my next channel, by the way. When I decide to rebrand or make another channel, it's going to be Paul Knows It All. Like they used to say to me when I was a child, because I would question all of them on their lies and their nonsense. Oh, you think you're a know-it-all, huh, Paulie boy? You should go be a lawyer. So I'm strongly considering rebranding here just to get away from the unslave thing, you know, and just really trigger. Paul knows it all. I give my perspective on everything and anything as if I know it all. But again, I don't need to know it all to know on some level who and what I am or have that belief and or know what I'm going to do here and now, right? And moving forward, at least for the time being, right? I'll never say what I'll never do again because I have in the past and I've been wrong. But for the time being and every day before this, I've decided I will not cooperate and comply. There is no benefit for me. And if there has to be a detriment for me using my own moral compass and deciding the destiny and my fate, then that's what it has to be. Right? I'd rather be punished for doing what's true and what's right and practicing being a man than be praised for being someone's kept pet slave. It's just the way that it's just the way that it is. It's got to be that way. Rick J, are you there? Can we get you?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we're good to go. Questions, comments, concerns?
Oh no, I've been wanting to come on for a while, you know, but it's just didn't have a quiet environment, man. Finally have a little time, so figured I'd just give it a whirl and see what happens.
All right. Do you have any specific question, comment, concern, or add-on, or you're just kind of hanging out?
Nah, nothing in specific, man. Just came on. Actually, I didn't even watch the show, so I don't even know what's going on.
You've been in chat for the longest time, no?
Yeah, I've been there, man. What, 5 years now?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember the Rick J name, and I think I know who you are as far as typing and whatever goes. But
yeah,
all right, man,
what
hang
draws
out.
me mostly is the consciousness, awareness. That's always been a fascination of mine.
Right.
Ever since I was little, so.
Yeah, that's the main thing here with anything, right? Obviously, or not so obviously, I guess, is conscious and awareness. All roads lead back to conscious and awareness because you're going to take how conscious and aware you aren't to whatever you do.
Right.
You know? And of course, as we know, potentially a lack of conscious or awareness leads to detrimental results most of the time. I won't say
Right.
I won't
And
be
with that
absolute.
consciousness and awareness, it's just about calling everything as it is, as you see it, you know?
Right.
But it's just, I don't know, I guess easier said than done.
Let me go over 1913 ruined the country when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, income tax was passed, and we all became slaves. Trump, LMFAO, an Israeli puppet at best. Yeah, I mean, again, we got Trump getting an award from the state of Israel. We got actual Jews, Orthodox Jews, condemning the state of Israel and Trump. They won't cover that, right? Because we got to push the narrative that you're an anti-Semite if you don't support State of Israel as a corporation and its joint venture of expansionism with U.S. corporation and United Kingdom and other usual suspects, right? You know, another genocidal tyranny, by the way, another displacement endeavor. And what else is new, right? Business as usual. Again, it'd be one thing if they just did it. I guess the they or the it can never do it without the help of the humans, building it for them, carrying all the artillery, you know, carrying out the action. That's why I condemn. I contend that the majority, if not all of us, as scary as that would be to me by saying it, are inhabited here, right? We're avatared, either by God, the devil, or both at different times, different places, whatever it is. You want to go local and clinical with it, hormones, I don't know. There's some kind of role here that it seems we all keep playing over and over again on a micro and macro level, no matter how much time that goes by. We just keep playing out on a micro and macro level the same 10 or 5 or however many lessons it seems, individually and collectively. It's a fascinating thing to observe once you see it for what it seems to be. At least that's how I'm seeing it. Yeah, that's a trip in and of itself. But yeah, again, you guys want to point to one specific person, place, thing, time in history, and then deduce all of the downfall to be from that. And I think that's a deception or an illusion, right? That's a delusion. The Federal Reserve Act is just another act, bill, playwright, screen script for a long line of events leading to an eventuality, right? So, yeah, I don't see, again, in order for Federal Reserve Act to matter, everybody's got to do the same thing. Everybody's got to believe something and then carry out the same actions, or the majority does, right? And that's how this all works. So they can write up all the bills and acts and plays they want. If the people don't get on the X and do the dance, right, it doesn't go anywhere. So like I've said in the past, and listen, I'm not saying I'm separate from these dynamics, and because I'm not separate, I'm free to talk about them. But I'm not the best example of somebody who has broken away completely, or even taken my own advice, or moved as much as I could my own understanding that I believe that I have, right? Because the reality is, you could write Federal Reserve Acts all day. If we all held gold and silver and traded in gold and silver and sent the U.S. Federal Reserve notes back to the private corporation, they wouldn't be printing up more of them. They'd be more valuable than ever, whether we use them or not, right? There'd be less of them than ever. They'd be more valuable than ever. And we could use them or not. And we could remain in a private jurisdiction and remain untaxed and not subject to policy and code. Because I believe one of the things U.S. corporation uses to get jurisdiction over the individual is this commerce with their instruments. If you're using federal debt notes from the private corporation, you're doing commerce with their instruments. And their logic is he who creates control. So if you're going to trade U.S. dollars, which are not technically part of U.S. corporation, they're Federal Reserve corporations, private instruments, then you're going to be subject to be taxed on that transaction because you use the private corporation's instruments, debt instrument, essentially a promissory note. Right? Well, anything they can do, we can do better. But again, we don't choose to learn banking. We don't choose to understand politics and political science. Right? We don't choose to create communities that are governed by inherent hierarchical power and value systems instead of false power and value worldly systems. That's why it is the way it is. We're not bringing the solution. But yeah, man, you can't blame the Federal Reserve Act. If we didn't hold those notes and we held actual currency, gold and silver, or forms of value, we would send by default all of these dollars back to the Federal Reserve Corporation. They wouldn't have to print up more, and they wouldn't then be able to devalue them, and then they wouldn't be able to game whole economies with inflation, deflationary tactics. Right. So again, the slavery, the genocide, the mind and heart control can only be as effective as the men and women who carry this shit out and carry on the torch, right? And use the tools that this thing, because I don't think it's people doing it. I think it's a thing, a spirit, a state of beingness that inhabits these people. I mean, we got a call here, but I mean, when we go back into 332, give me 1 second.
Verify your number.
Suspected.
Please press 1 to verify your number.
Suspected spam call.
Thank you. Please return to the app to continue.
Okay. Whatever. What was I saying? Where was it? Right. The Bitcoin situation. We're doing it again. When I say that we loop here, like me and this broadcast, I'm not wrong. And I loop and we loop inside of a greater loop. So the same way they did Federal Reserve Act and altered the financial system and got everybody to be collateralized, the men and women are all the collateral as the creditors to extend lines of credit to then borrow through the bills and acts with the politicians from the private Federal Reserve to then skim off the top and misappropriate, make themselves rich, and then pay for the black ops programs and the slavery and all the rest of it, and then give you the entitlement programs, right? It's a chain of title. So they're doing it again. and they're convincing everyone. I got people in my ear who 10 years ago, they go, Bitcoin's going to save everybody and everything, Paul. We don't know why you're not on board. I go, because you guys are always the same. You're not getting it. You guys are always easily manipulatable and suggestible. You're always with the new thing. You're always with this savior slave think that there's someone or something around every corner. Anything but God that's going to save you, right? Anything but God and the truth that's going to save you. Oh, I know. US dollar system going to save us. So they all go and get it. They all go and use it. They all go and trade it. They all go and repeat it. And they're now doing it again with Bitcoin. 10 years later, they tell me, Paul, maybe you were right. We're getting there. Maybe I'm right. It's not until this Bitcoin thing is going to be fully installed and connected to the government corporation, and each man and woman's going to be tokenized and collateralized, and they're going to extend the credit with the coins, and then they're going to use the fact that you're trading all their stupid coins to run your life or shut off your life. They'll be finally there in another open air digital prison telling me, maybe you were right, Paulie boy. I know that I'm right, because you can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. That's quantum physics. And you guys have created slavery and genocide here and paid for it. And I'm not buying that Satoshi Nakamoto, a mystery guy we never met, created digital currency that's going to save us all for some weird reason.
This is Karen.
437, what can I do for you? Okay, more games. But they're going to buy into it, right? The Eloners, the Magatards, all the usual NPCers.
I'd like to give you some pushback on that.
Well, go ahead. I'm open for it.
Yeah. So this whole concept that people are going with, it's that positive negative paradigm to create the energy potential within the battery of like, oh, they're forcing us into the CBDC, they're forcing the crypto, they're forcing the Bitcoin, so on and so forth. I get that, but in where I'm at, you use cash. I mean, how many times have people pulled into the drive-thru and they say, sorry, our machine's down right now, we're only taking cash? You're never getting away from that. It takes one power outage. It takes the internet going out for a few hours or a weekend that people are going to drop the whole crypto thing in terms of it being a reliable form of currency to use for transaction basis. It's different if you're going to store it, if it's like your pension fund or your investment plan, or you're using that to retire from, right? Like that's different. But the concept of using it for everyday transactions, to get gas, to buy food, to use at a vending machine, I don't see that personally ever as becoming so mainstream that it's going to be normalized. They'll try, right? It's definitely getting pushed in that direction in the same way now that the same conversation of, creating this digital identity to be online.
You do realize they would have said the same thing about gold and silver at one point when they came in with the US dollar. Everyone would have sat there and said, US dollar is never going to be traded as the only thing. Gold and silver is always going to be there, and it'll always be money. We'll always carry it. We'll always use it. Here we are. Most people don't carry it and don't use it. It was once the gold standard, so to speak.
I got pushed back on that too, because gold and silver was transacted on for thousands of years, and what they ended up going to was ledgers, where you had different family classes, mainly the Medicis, that would go around and they would carry a ledger with them, right? They wouldn't transport the physical gold and silver because within the family, they would have stockpiles in all locations, and then they would write a certificate and it'd be transacted, and that individual would then physically get on a horse or whatever and travel to that area, hand them the certificate, and then you could go redeem that gold and silver at a different place.
I'm aware of the Templar era, whatever it is, and the idea of what the coupon for value was supposed to do, to make everything safe and convenient, right? Like always, it's always the same theory with everything: safer and convenient, safer and convenient. But realistically, are you denying that most people now hold the coupon for the value backed by nothing instead of the gold and silver asset?
No, you're right on that. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm aware of the origin story and the history of it, and, to some extent how the Constitution Amendment plays into all this. And again, I contend that the bankers, it's not that I contend, there's literature out there. You can say it's a hoax. That's a different argument. But there's literature out there showing the bankers at one point with the founders basically admitting and coming out in the open saying that they pray to the god of this world. It's the devil or whatever, Lucifer, whatever you want to call it. And it gives them all the beliefs and the understandings and the structuring for the banking systems and the scientism and all the rest of it. That's what they say. I'm not saying that. You know, I'm saying I believe them, right? I'm saying when we go back in history and these people say from their own mouths or their own writings, we get in a circle and we seance and something shows up in the chair and tells us how to run the whole world. Oh, I believe them. I don't think people could be this clever while also simultaneously building something that destroys them. I don't believe, I can't buy into that. And what I can buy into is this reality is stranger than fiction, and there is something here, and it's using human beings like a parasite takes over a host to over and over again build, destroy, build, destroy, build, destroy. You know, for whatever, you know, greater purpose or end.
Yet here we are. We haven't
Right.
destroyed ourselves completely, which says what? If
Well,
there's such a
it
force,
says on the highest level that physicality here is not as real as we think it is, and that, you know, there are consequences here physically, but on the highest level, on the non-physical level, what doesn't matter, right? And if it's not in a material form, then it doesn't matter. So, you know, as pure conscious and awareness in spiritual form, it doesn't matter if the whole world blows up, I guess, you know, or just destroys itself, because the nature of who and what we are at our purest form is non-physical. You know, at least it seems. It may be tied to the world, at this world at times, but it's not dependent on this world to exist, if that makes sense. No, go ahead, private citizen. I think I cut you off there. If you had anything else that you wanted to lay out, or
I'm just trying to shed some light on the fact that, and I agree as well with you kind of pointing out a lot of the negativity aspects of it, right? And it is bad, right? When they say, you know, we pray, we do a seance, and a being shows up in the chair. I'm with you on that. I agree. Something probably shows up, but I think at that level, if we're living in a society right now, or in a community, you know, on the land, whatever we want to call it, and you got cartel members chopping heads off, you got all kinds of atrocities happening, you got some of the most despicable acts happening, yet we haven't gone crazy and killed each other yet, right? Something is holding all of this still together, which from my belief, I view that as God, right? God's holding all of this together, and
I can
he's
accept that.
honoring free will, and he's honoring people's ability to exercise their free will for their individual negative intentions and purposes. Like they want to go steal, kill, and destroy. He's allowing them to go exercise their free will. But like you said earlier, there's consequences to that. And when I look around, you know, we're still kicking. We haven't lost yet, right? And when you really start going down the rabbit hole of looking at some of the most despicable things that are out there, I would be pressed to find that someone doesn't have what's called a come to Jesus moment, right? Because there's such levels of depravity. Yet again, people are there's still food on people's tables. People still got internet. Whether they want to say the food is rotten or not, like, no, relatively speaking, not many folks are dying of starvation, right? Something's holding all this together. And I think
You know,
it's
I don't.
giving us an opportunity to build and co-create and create a better alternative than what we've been living. It's up to
No, I
us.
agree with that. And there, in a way, is always kind of two jurisdictions, right? Where you have people operating more in the private jurisdiction, where they are under God and the law of this universe, and they are given, you know, more opportunity, and they are redeemable. And then there's the, I guess, the, you know, the overworld and the underworld, right? And I'm not saying that people don't necessarily cross over, but yeah, I'm not at all saying that when I go on a rant that is characterized by you know, awareness of or recognition of all the darker elements of beingness and society, in no way am I condemning all of us or anybody to an eternal fate, right? It's always given with the proviso that at any time we potentially have an ability or an opportunity to do or be or have something different, right? On a micro and macro level. My life and my experience is proof of that. So I would not only not deny that, that always has to be the finishing act, right? Is again, show them the bottomless pit, remind them they have wings. You know, and that's just my story. If that resonates with other people, then that's your story as well. I believe that on some level, that's the story of I am that am. You know, we come into this world and we essentially are shown or thrown into the bottomless pit. And we fall and fall and fall until we're reminded that we have wings. Right. And then we get to rise to a higher perspective in conscious and awareness. And that translates to the physical realm as well, it would seem. I'm not preaching some prosperity gospel here, but my experience has shown me when you align with the will of God to some extent, and you attempt to do what's true and what's right, and play your role in your position and serve and surrender the rest in faith, that your life does get better. There is more prepared for you. You know, there's more resource, right? I don't see any coincidence in that word resource. So you get back to source consciousness and awareness and who and what we are meant to be. And it seems that your resource is increased, you know, physical and metaphysical. I'm sure there's some Christian or Catholic or whatever person out there from all the different denominations who will immediately say, I'm the devil incarnate, because I basically made a statement that I believe that what you put out is what you get back to some extent. If you attempt to do what's true and what's right and be a good person, that generally you'll have a good life. Maybe I'm just a romantic at heart. You know, I'm gullible and naive, and I want to believe that. That's not the case. You guys got anything before we go to the tabs here? I'm about ready. We're already over. We're about 10 minutes over 3-hour mark. I like to set that as my limit. Yeah, if you guys got anything, go ahead. Smoke it while you got it.
I'd want to throw out there, America was kind of founded and formed on Christian principles, not Judeo-Christian principles, but Christian principles in the Bible. The whole reason we came over here from Britain was because they wanted to force us into a Catholic religion. They wanted to force a certain religion. We said, no, we're going to go over here and practice our religion. And then on top of that, we're going to form our basis of government based on our religion and respect everyone's ability to, in private, practice their own religion, so long as it does not undermine and directly publicly oppose what we stand for. I mean, you have, I think it was, I could get the year wrong. It's either 1983 or 1982 is the year of the Bible that was publicly declared by the president. I mean, it's in the acts of Congress, it's in the Federal Register. This nation and all of its judicial systems, the systems that run it, and everything else was fundamentally based on biblical principles and doctrines, not to force a religion down people's throats, but to have a healthy foundation and still respect everyone's individual rights and freedoms to go practice whatever you want. Right. And we're falling away from that. And I think the reason why this nation currently is falling away and there's such a huge divide happening is because it's men and women, primarily men, that don't know how to stand up and hold their public servants accountable like a true master, right? A true master that is doing their duty correctly. Not only are they going to provide what their servant needs to get the job done, but they're going to hold them accountable when they're not doing it correctly. We don't really see that these days, you know, and we've devolved into, I'd say, a very lacking state at this point.
Yeah, it's always a dualistic dynamic where seemingly we're tasked to find the middle ground, right? This to me, in every one of these situations, this is the dynamic that comes forth, is dualism that is paradoxical and can only be reconciled by co-creation from the middle ground perspective, right? This is the essence of Taoism, as I understand it. This is the essence of the yin and yang symbol, right? You got the black and white, and then the sliver of gray area going up the middle. The gray area is the zone of completion, or most efficient co-creation. You know, and all of life seems to be, masculine, feminine, night and day, is this struggle, or this power struggle to attempt to discipline and will the beings to meet that middle ground voluntarily, right? That to reconcile the paradox, to resolve the paradox. We need a secular enough nation that this doesn't become a theocracy, I believe would be the term. Essentially a religious tyranny, for, you know, if that's not the correct term. If I'm mistaken there. For some reason that sounds wrong to me. I don't know why. But yeah, we need enough secularism to recognize God's will for us to be free, right? See, I just invoked God in a secular, you know, nature, I guess. And we need enough adherence or recognition of the order that is inherent in creation that we don't become a completely secular, I guess, monarchy or aristocracy, autocracy, whatever the ocracy would be. Well, there's a middle ground in that, right? Every time there's a middle ground that when we can understand and practice that and hold that, it seems the extreme opposite are reconciled. The task is recognizing that, getting there and holding that position, right? Whether it's Republican, Democrat, secularism, and religious monarchy, tyranny, right? Secular tyranny. These are all just reflections of essentially the masculine and feminine dualistic archetypes they're present everywhere in the simulation. And it seems our task is to reconcile these extreme opposites to create or to experience a functional co-creation. If any of that made sense. It's a lot to language out, but that's what I'm seeing in myself, in my world day to day, and in life, in the world in general, right? Micro and macro, they reflect each other. And I know I haven't been able to completely reconcile in all ways. You know, that light and that dark, that masculine, that feminine, to a functional middle ground perspective, right? But I do believe that is one of, if not the purposes of existence or incarnation here, is to have that experience itself. Go ahead, Mr. Private Citizen. I swear you guys are morons. I'd say it's probably true. I'm more on than off usually.
I wonder if he's been vaccinated.
I was just thinking the same thing. See, we're in alignment here. Unslavia is unslavia only for that reason, because truth is truth. You know, so if you're on some level in alignment with truth, then you have discernment and you know the questions to ask, and then you know who or what it is by the answers that are given. So, yeah, you're going to find that synchronicity in co-creation here, where someone or something comes forth and we're going to be somewhat uniformed. So this is why, again, everything in the world is a corruption. We don't need people in uniforms when creation already created the power value dynamic where the uniform already exists. It's non-physical. Like, I could just meet this person, but because this person's aligned with this understanding, you know, we're serving the truth, someone could come forth, like we're in the military, and I'm going to go, raise the musket. He's going to go raise the musket. Nobody has to tell us, right? There's uniformity there because of that one truth, one life, one way. So you guys come forward, you show yourself, and then we immediately take up a position. Don't have to be told or shown, because there's one truth, one life, one way there. And typically you guys who come here and call me and others morons here, that's you. Far from the brightest bulb in the bunch, and you probably have 5 boosters running through your veins. It's usually the case. We're here actually trying to help you. What we can see and understand and even activate with and get results on is what you need. We're giving it away for free, right? We were the ones during the scamdemic who were telling you guys constantly, stop the boosters, please. We don't want to see you sacrifice yourself to the Lucifere, right? As they say.
I'm honestly hoping we have round 2 coming up soon.
Oh, it is. See, and they'll say,
Yeah.
Paul, that made no sense. You're lying. No, there's different aspects to me, right? Like there's an aspect of me that doesn't want to see all of you sacrifice yourselves to the Lucifere, just like I don't want to see me do it. There's a side of me that is so philosophical and detached and has a good humor and understands the purpose and meaning for everything that it knows and even kind of snickers at this idea that a round 2 is coming because you all didn't get the message. We know you didn't.
Yeah.
And whoever, whatever that's running all this isn't done playing. So,
Yeah,
you will get another round, another test and another challenge, right? Another opportunity to bear witness and give testimony for who and what you are and what you serve. And I'm not really going to have much sympathy. I've put in all the time, energy, attention to do the work and to give it away. And most of you folks want to continue to play power games and be willfully ignorant. So there literally is nothing else for you other than to get what you need. And what you need is more self-chosen suffering. I didn't make the rules here.
Well, when round 2 happens, they can, be in their homes on lockdown with a mask on, watching a live stream where we're going out into places unmasked and unvaxxed.
Shut up. You don't understand things. This person does. Trump, zero border cross. They just say shit. Don't you love this? This is so great. I love doing this. I never get tired of it. It's like a cat with the little thing on the end of the stick, the little ball on the end of the stick. No matter how many times he swats it, pretends like it's a real living thing, it's not. He never gets tired of it. I'm like that cat. I may leave and
Blue-collar
circle
jobs,
around. And,
doesn't that mean real man's work?
well, they always have buzzwords, right? Like blue collar. That's supposed to get that patriotic erection.
Paving
up and
roads,
stiff.
doing concrete.
Yeah. We're
roofing.
building roads with tax money. We're we're dropping stuff off to the troops that are overseas in hell, in wars we didn't have to fund and create.
Under Trump, we had the highest number of men paving roads, breathing in asphalt fumes, and burning their backs on roofs. Thanks, Trump. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we had the highest amount of slavery growth under Trump. Just men doing menial labor and giving a third of what they make to U.S. corporation to build more roads, of course,
Awesome.
and create safety.
My 401k is going to look good.
Yeah. Well, you're invested in slavery, aren't you?
No.
You've been doing well.
You've
been doing well off slavery, haven't you? You're not. You got some shares.
No, I don't know. I don't actually have a 401k. I never went and got one.
Okay, so you do, but you'd rather not know. That's perfect. That's what America's built on. You got some shares in slavery, but you don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's about the bottom line, man.
Stock certificates, but
yeah. Well, yeah, you totally have. Yeah, those are certificates for you and all your family.
Yeah.
Literally, it's tickets. It's like branding tickets for them. They're all completely owned, and you got stock in it, and there's dividends, man. It's the bottom line,
stock.
right? Yeah. They come from good stock, these people. Zero border crossings, which I don't know how you decided that, where you got that metric. Highest blue collar job. Don't know where you got that metric. I guess Fox Noise must have said all that stuff.
No,
so
he sat by the border and was watching.
Yeah.
200
right.
days.
That's what it is. He was counting. He was marking. He's tally marking. He goes, I still got zero for the day.
Zero
Yeah. All right. So I guess we don't need that wall then. We get our money back on the wall because zero crossings. Border, bringing billions in investments into the country, half a dozen peace treaties. Just start. Okay, guys, this is a great game. If you're a Trump tard and you've bought into the nonsense and the lunacy, just start shouting out all the propaganda you've been uploaded with. Whatever you got for me. Just give it to me. I love it. I can't get enough of it.
My favorite thing in history is when the United States of America honored all the peace treaties. That's probably my favorite thing, historically speaking.
I want this person to come up because I want to lay eyes on them. I'd bet anything this is an inauthentic corporate dweeb male who thinks that they're intelligent because they went to university to get indoctrinated. Please come up, sir. You're going to make our day here. I'd bet anything on it. Guys who have this kind of sense of humor and go against me, it's always the same person. You're a future Darwin Award recipient. They have to reference Darwin because they think it makes them sound intelligent and accomplished. STFU. I agree. That person should STFU, especially since they never look into Darwin and who else is a part of that whole thing and what it all is. And it's always surface level, shallow, institutionalized indoctrination, quips, right? These are the clever, institutionalized folks with degrees. Paulie's stupid. We're smart.
You know, I want to go back to the comment that you just posted up above like 2 minutes ago. You know, we saved so much money, right? This is like the equivalent of girl math, like walking into a store and it's like, it's 60% off. I saved so much. Yeah, but what did you end up paying? Well, it's $600, but it was 60% off. I saved money. And they want an award for it. It's like, no, you didn't save billions of dollars. It was already spent. They just stopped the spending from continuing.
Right. We're
savings.
The U.S. corporation is almost $40 trillion in debt, but according to this guy, we're saving money. It's exactly what it is.
I would prefer
it's
80
bitch logic.
I would
prefer but you're right though. That's a perfect allegory. It's bitch logic. You go to the store, you're $40 trillion in debt, but you got 60% off on the military equipment. You know, and the EBT cards and the, you know, all the rest of it. Build a wall, you know, and Alligator Alley for ICE victims.
And they don't want to talk about
saving so much money.
It's at the bottom. They want to talk about the savings, you know? It's like,
honey, don't you think we should talk about the 40 trillion in debt we are? No. We're saving here. Okay. Big savings. Says so right on the sign. Yeah, it's the same model. What do you think? You think these consumer-based corporate endeavors don't understand the nuances and complexities of slavery and mind and heart control? It's exactly the same. It's another replication of the state. You know, all across the board. Everybody's living on credit and debt. Nobody can afford anything they have. They're all deeply in debt, but they're saving. You know, there's savings there some way, somehow. They got a good deal on a Tesla. There's one guy who was in the feed yesterday. He goes, I ordered a Tesla. I forget what the breakdown was when it first came out. I ordered a Tesla. It was 170,000. I owe 100,000 on it. How do I get my money back? And they had to break the news to him about how this works. You're never getting that money back was basically the bottom line there. It's never going to happen.
this is another thing too, right? You want to look at the history, and this is a different rabbit hole you can jump down. The electric cars are not new. In 1914, you had over 30 different electric vehicles in current productions, all the way from trolleys to buses to pickup trucks to taxi cabs and more, right? That were electric cars. There's even articles that you can find in different archives and everything else. So this isn't fake news. This isn't made up. There's tons of newspaper articles. They're boasting, oh, we broke ground. We got 1,300 miles on one charge, right? The latest model Tesla doesn't even do 1,300 miles on one charge. And this was back in the 1900s, like early 1900s.
So what do you attribute that to? That they've always had the tech, they just don't want to release it because they couldn't make it profitable or use it to control you, and now they can, so they are?
No. So, okay, if you want to look at Elon Musk and all of his technologies that he comes out with, it is my opinion and position that he didn't pioneer any of the technology. What he actually pioneered was the face of the corporation to bring it to the public. Because you need electric vehicles. You can't have combustion vehicles underground, right? And everyone wants to talk about, deep underground military bases, whatever. I don't really want to get into the conspiracy aspect of that because some of it can be proven and some of it can be disproven. But bottom line is you do require electric vehicles if you're moving anything underground, whether it's 20 feet under the ground or 600,000 feet under the ground. Doesn't matter. You need an electric vehicle for that. So the military has already been working on this tech for multiple decades. They need to make some of their money back, right? So they enter Elon Musk. He's going to make the technology great again, right? Sell it to the public so that they can profit in the private, which is exactly what they did. That's what Boeing does. That's what Raytheon does. Lockheed Martin. It's all the same shit.
So you're
It's
telling
nothing
me.
new.
So you're telling me, but I mean, aren't there usually multiple reasons for these things? Like you're bringing it all down to these people just, they wanted to balance the budget a little bit more, so they're going to start selling this tech as
Yeah, and
civilian.
so the multiple reasons, in my opinion, again, just opinion, would be, America wants better underground transportation system than, let's say, Japan or China or Russia or whatever. So in order to be competitive, you're going to bring it to the public market so that you have a lot more funding behind it and you can do more testing. And if more people know about the company, you can bring in more engineers. You can work on some of these problems in a more public sense. When something's being worked on in the private, everything's under NDAs. There's a lot more scrutiny. Everything's decompartmentalized. So like one of my first jobs that I was doing was hermetic laser welding for aerospace parts and medical parts for like pacemakers and things that would go inside of aircraft, right? We had to sign NDAs based on the individual parts that we're working on. So I'd be working on like a chunk of metal. I got no clue what it's going into. All I know is I can't talk about this block, right? But that's how everything's done on the private side. They're still doing it with corporations, right? I'm still at the time, I'm still a public individual working for this company, just showing up for a 9 to 5, doing some laser welding on like parts. That's in the public, but on the private, you couldn't match it. So as soon as you break that down and you bring tech into the public, you get so much more exposure. You get more engineers, you get more technology, you get more professors talking about it, more studies, more grants, all this other stuff.
Right, but so then doesn't that bring us back to this potential belief that technology is a mechanism for a spirit or a state of consciousness that is more and more over time attempting to manifest itself in this realm?
Yeah,
Does that make
Black Forest
sense?
in
You get where I'm
Germany
going
from
with
World
that?
War II. Yeah.
So do you subscribe to that? Does that seem likely to you, or where would you stand on that?
I do subscribe to that, and my belief is that it's the equivalent of eating from the tree of knowledge. Once you take a bite, you can't go back. You eat the whole apple, right? You can't upchuck your bite out of the tree of knowledge. You made a choice. You got to double down. You're stuck with the decision you made. And there's grace in that too, right? There's grace and mercy when there's repentance that takes place, right? I mean, the whole book of Genesis has a flaming sword at the Garden of Eden at the beginning. That flaming sword is no longer there in the book of Revelations. Why? Because the debt, the sin, the price was then paid for by Jesus. This is all allegorical, if you will, right? He then paid the debt of sin. That flaming
So
sword
give
is
me
now
the
removed.
allegorical translation from your perspective of what Jesus would represent as far as the non-religious experience.
Yeah, it's
That makes
simply
sense.
a debt. The cross that he died on is a T ledger. It's called the double entry bookkeeping system. You're literally balancing the book. It's just ledgering. That's it. It's accounting. How can you take account for something if you're not willing to account for everything that's there?
Okay, so let me say it in a different way, because I've said many times these folks have come to me and they say, Jesus died for our sins. I put it as Jesus died because of your sins, that because so many slaves existed with their slavish ways, that what eventually happened to that being because of who or what he represented
Yeah.
had to happen.
So Jesus died
To be an
because
example.
of your Tesla debt. No, Jesus, they would want to say, well, Jesus died for my Tesla debt. No, Jesus died because of it.
Yeah, and essentially every being here is the killer of that, right? Every being here that's not walking in the truth, life, and way is the
Is the
Christ
soldier
killer.
driving the nail? Yeah,
Yeah. Well, how long have you been here, man?
a couple of
I don't
years.
mean in this realm or what. I mean, like, how long have you been with us over here? When did you
Probably
come
about 2
across
years.
me in this place?
So I want to say it was late 2022, if I'm remembering things correctly. And then
How
I
come
caught a
I haven't
couple
seen
episodes
more
here
of
and
you?
there. Man, I don't like getting involved. That's the whole reason I just put my name as private citizen. I don't have public facing social media. I'm not really out there like that. I think that part of the problem with today's generation is everyone wants to pimp themselves out on OnlyFans, right? Like
Right.
metaphorically. And I think that's probably taking away from the energy potential. If you want to look at quantum physics and the whole double slit experiment and all that, it's like if people are viewing you and having a thought about you, in my opinion, it's an uphill battle to then change that about yourself. If you remain in the private, you can still work on yourself, right? And some people disagree, some people agree. That's my perspective. I just prefer to be more
Yeah,
private.
there's a almost a residual image of that self that pervades the reality of the digital space, right?
Yeah, you
And that
can't
could
get
be
the
anything.
image.
Essentially, what you're saying is reputation.
Yeah, you can't
You
get
know?
the image of Bill Clinton wearing a dress out of your head once you've seen it, right?
I guess we'll find out because I didn't have it in my head at all, but now I do. So
What
I'll
color
get back
dress
to
is he
you
wearing?
on blue.
Yeah, see, it's there.
You
It's in
did that.
the depths of your
Yeah,
subconscious.
that wasn't
Always.
that didn't happen till you. All right, let's
Well,
get
no,
away.
it was always
You're,
there.
you're doing sorcery here, man. That's
I'm
what I've
sorry.
learned. I've realized you're some kind of warlock doing sorcery. All right. Well, have you done illegal lawful stuff yet? Have you not complied or cooperated? Had to go
I
to
got
court?
4
Any of that?
vehicles without plates, no registration, no
Oh
insurance, and I returned my
man,
license 4 years ago. And I've
I'm
been
gonna
to
get
court
you
7
arrested.
times. I've already been
You're,
arrested.
we're gonna.
The
Yeah.
guy
Well,
lost
that's
his
what we
job.
do here. That's what we do here, man. We get people arrested. We put them through pain and suffering. And we get
I'm on the
mocked
other
for it.
side of that.
Oh, well, tell me about that. What does that look and feel like? Where's
It's
that
just
at?
making right choices. I mean, you brought it up earlier. You were talking about equity, right? Equity is what? It's notice. Just giving notice of who and what you are and what you're here to do and your intention. So one of the things that the court thrives on is assumption and presumption. And like I found this document a while back talking about rebutting the assumptions of the court, right? So if you can rebut those presumptions and assumptions right from the beginning, it flips everything. Well, if you give them something simple like a statement of interest or statement of intent or like a cover letter, just saying, hey, this is what I'm looking to do. This is why I'm here, XYZ. That right there, that one simple cover letter doesn't need to be 6 million pages, right? It could just be 1 page. It destroys any assumptions and presumptions because you already told them what you're there to do, right? You made it clear. You gave them notice. That's equity. It's
I agree
constructive
with that.
and actual notice.
I agree with that. And then it puts them in a position to having to rebut your claim or
Yes.
your expression directly of law, in which case they could never do legitimately because a man or woman can never come forward at court while also being in a corporate capacity and rebut what another man or woman presents as their law, right? So this is the hack. The hack is man or woman makes or interprets law for man or woman. We don't need a costume to do that. So the belief in this fact that whoever's in the costume gets to determine law for you is the deception, because we actually get to determine God's law for ourselves. We have the connection to God. God reveals the law to us. We interpret the law based on right from wrong. And if there is no victim, then there is no crime. That's ancient rules of court. So the more we understand that and the more we hold to that, the less that the corruption can be carried out, because there's no chinks in God's armor there, right? There's no way in. There's no way to continue.
Right.
But okay, so you travel around, you've been arrested, you've done all that. Have you gotten to a point where you can actually effectuate this, ride around without anything and not be stopped or not be arrested?
It's in the process.
Okay.
I've not there have been a few times where they just let me go. Most of the times, so I just got arrested and then I beat it at the courthouse. This was before I realized that court is your record, right? So you don't have to go to court because your court is your record. And if you have already established something in the court, then you could just point to that. And think about it like if you're at Walmart and you buy something and then you're going to walk out the door and they say, hey, where's your receipt? Well, that's your record. So that you're always holding court in a sense that you're being courteous, right? So it's like, here's my record.
So you've gotten dismissals?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you not presenting? See, this is why I don't like you people. Because you come here, you get inspired what I do, you get results. They're life changing, not only legally but lawfully and personally. And then you don't bring your results here.
Because
And that's
so
concerning.
yeah, I hear you on that. In my opinion, there's a goal that I'm working towards right now, and I haven't achieved that goal. And when I do, I'm more than happy to speak with folks about it. But the particular goal that I'm looking for, and this gets really like kind of deep into it. The driver's license itself is evidence of a negotiable instrument in the sense that
I
when
agree.
you're given a driver's license, you have an unlimited liability in the sense that with your car and that driver's license, you can go out and create an unlimited amount of damage, right? You can drive into a daycare, do whatever, your Tesla can now be a mobile IED and blow up underneath Trump Tower, like all these different things, right? So you have an unlimited liability in which they want me as the man to be an unlimited surety for that unlimited liability. I don't agree with that, right? There's certain things that I agree and don't agree with. So from a negotiable instrument standpoint, I'm looking to do something with it. And there's a certain end point that I want to get. I don't know if it's possible. I've never heard of anyone doing what I'm looking to do. It's just something that kind of stood out.
You're not going
to
to create
me.
your own license, registration, and self-insure, are you?
I will if what I'm working on now doesn't work. So that was the direction I was going with things because.
Can I have a clue of what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm tendering the obligation back to the issuer. It's simple. So in a sense of if you hand me something, say, hey, private citizen, I want you to be the custodian for this, hold and maintain it until I come back. And I just go, fuck no, I don't want that responsibility. Here you go. I'm giving it back. That's it. Right? I'm tendering it back. I don't want it. So
it's just a nice way, a complicated way of saying you're denying that you have any duty or obligation to
no,
comply or
because
cooperate.
I do have a duty and obligation to not run over my neighbor's mailbox or run someone over, cause harm,
Right.
injury, or loss. Right. So there is, from a man-to-man standpoint, that's there. I can't harm anyone, nor do I want to. Right. But from a standpoint of speeding tickets and all this other nonsense, you're double parked, we're going to give you a fine or tow your car. Your license plate is too old, or we can't see it properly, it's improperly hung, or you don't have it at all, or it's not registered to the proper company. All that stuff, it's nonsense. I'm not interested in playing that game anymore. And I did, right? In my opinion of that, to everyone listening, I would not recommend you take off your license plate and get rid of your registration. Why? Because in my mind, that's the equivalent of running into a brick wall and then continuously slamming your head against that brick wall, right? Learn from the people that have already done that and figure out how to do it properly. And in my opinion, that's just by giving notice, right? And I've heard you say on previous streams, you're going to get arrested. You're going to go through some hardship. Yes, I agree with that. You absolutely will get arrested. I can't say with 100% certainty, but like 99% of the time, no matter what state you're in, no matter what county, what city, what town, if you get stopped by a sheriff, a police officer, state police, whatever, they're probably going to put hands on you, put you in cuffs, and throw you in a cell. Right. And that's unfortunately the reality that we're living in. Because they want to keep forcing contracts.
Where are you located?
I'm on the East Coast.
Okay.
Massachusetts.
Well, see, this is kind of the nature of this. This is why, I view this as kind of Fight Club. In this simulation, I'm the chubby Brad Pitt. I know. It's we got to work with it, right? Just go with it. But because my first inclination is to try to get everybody to one place, to just start one state at a time, like being domiciled there, so to speak, and then just traveling in certain areas and just one after the next, if we have to. Arrested, dismissal, arrested, and just till they stop. And then just go to the next place and the next place. But
they
it probably
won't stop.
They won't stop.
A dismissal is still making them money. So let me put it this way.
I know, but the next stage of this is we're going to sue them.
Nah, don't even waste time with that.
Okay, well, give me what you got then.
Again, that's just my opinion, because you can sue them, but Now you're going to get into the nitty gritty of all the contracts, right? Like, who wants to do that? It's
Okay,
like,
so what do you got then? How are you going to stop them? How are you going to keep them from interfering with your property and rights?
notice. So every time they scan a license plate, even with the automated license plate readers, the ALPs, every time it scans, it's going into a database that is produced, managed, and maintained by a nonprofit organization called the AAMVA. That entity created a PMA, private membership association registration with your driver's license. So every driver's license holder is a private member association or associate of that AAMVA, right? So what I'm saying is anytime you go, now they got these the toll roads with the automated scanners, you just drive under it and it automatically sends you the bill. Every time they're dinging that system, whether that's from something that's like mounted in the road, or if it's mounted on a car, like a cop car, and they're scanning your info, or they run your tag, or they run your registration or your license, every single time they're making money. Their precinct makes money, right? So, and same thing with the case. If you get a court case, they can't form the bonds of those court cases without someone signing as the principal. If nobody signs as a principal, there is no bond, right? Which is why they need you to sign. I don't want to sign as the principal. I'm the surety, right? I'm not the principal. The principal debtor is the all caps name that they created. And at this point, I don't maintain it, right? An alien property custodian, the attorney general of the nation state which I reside in, maintains it. That's the custodian. So as a surety, you have a right to demand that the creditor sues the debtor. We just established that I'm just the surety. I'm not the debtor. Right.
Wouldn't you claiming to be the surety mean that you would have to ensure that the obligations were I guess performed or completed, that there's some performance bond there, or am I misunderstanding this?
No, that's accurate for the most part. So from a standpoint of creating a traffic citation or levying sanctions, as it's also called, and then they go out and they create a performance bond. A performance bond is saying, hey, you're bonded to perform in some way, right? To do a dance or to show up. Well, you can show up on your court of record. So showing up means you acknowledged it, right? And the performance bond is saying there's some outstanding obligation that needs to be taken care of, and you have to do certain actions within reason to take care of the obligation that they're claiming to be yours. And if I say, hey, I'm not the debtor, just the surety, and then I inform the debtor, which is the attorney general's office, nobody wants to do that, right? It's the same concept of how do you get out of a foreclosure? You foreclose on the bank. You foreclose on your note, right?
So you're
you do the thing
basically
you don't wanna
saying that
do.
you technically become a fellow trustee for United States Corporation and reroute the obligation to who or what you believe is the actual principal, which is who or whatever has the custody of the person, the all caps entity?
Yes.
Okay, it's like almost like the opposite way of doing what I and others do here.
You exit through the gift shop.
I mean, I could see that. The issue becomes, like most of these things, and I'm sure there's always a road they'll take you down on any one of these paths where they're going to go, okay, but today we're not going to do that, and we don't see that, and we don't believe that, and we don't
Okay,
recognize
well,
that.
see you
And
tomorrow.
you just said you're the surety now. So how are we going to take care of this obligation? Who's going to perform?
That's tender, right? So if okay, let's say I owe you $100, right? And then I show up and I say, yeah, I left $100 in your mailbox. Well, and I informed you, let's say I did it in writing, right? Then I told you where the funds were, right? To satisfy the obligation. That's tender. Tendering doesn't mean I have
Okay,
to
so what's
physically
your
put the 100
process
in
for
your
that?
hand.
Some kind of A4V or like
Nah.
what?
It's getting out a piece of notebook paper and writing down on it, handwritten, and just sending it to the attorney general. And just, I would do it certified mail. Some
How
people
do
want
they
to
get
spend
their
extra.
payment? You sign the document and then they turn that into some instrument and are somehow able to use that to get payment from somewhere. Where does the performance in the form of payment or discharge of debt come in?
That's a trustee duty in my mind. So I'm
Basically,
letting the
they
attorney
have to
general
figure
handle it.
that out. That's not for you
Yeah.
to figure out.
So that's one of the rights of the surety, is that the surety can demand that the creditor sues the debtor. I'm out of it, right? The surety's out of it. Who's the debtor? It's the all caps. It's simple.
Right, but I and others have no reason to believe that these people in the system all the time at least recognize that all caps is a different entity from who you are. They
Correct.
at least try to say,
Yes.
we don't know what you're talking about.
So now we're exposing
That's you.
a certain level of ignorance within the system that's outside of their own rules. So they have their own rules, and what you just explained is they don't even know their own rules. So how do you deal with the ignorant people standing in front of you trying to tell you that you are the debtor? Right? At that point,
Can anyone, I love these people. Can anyone, you're not interested in an actual case. You don't want truth and proof. You want to play a gotcha game with a lie, right? Can anyone provide any case where a soft has won? Yeah, me.
Yeah,
I'm going to cite the case of me and me and me over and over again. And to me, winning is them taking my guns and whatever else and telling me you're not getting them back and you got to go to court. And I didn't go to court and nothing ever happened and it was dismissed and the trust property was returned. That's a win for me. Because the state police said you're not getting your stuff back and you definitely have to go to court and you're not getting it back. Even if you go to court, you may not get it back, but you're definitely not getting it back unless you go to court. I didn't go to court and that shit was returned to the trust. So that's a win for me. And we can go down the line here. And there's dozens of other people who come here who literally have known nothing about the law as far as officially. They have no credentials and they win. So please go back to your other holes with your other liars who just keep running around destroying their non-credibility. We all know who you citizens are, most of you. A bunch of weak, cowardly, pathetic, lying scum. And that's why you get what the fuck you get. I used to be a man of the people. At a certain point, I became a man for the people because I no longer identify with the majority of folks and their justifications and excuses and apologetics and all the rest of it. Okay, so you want to continue to lie and poison the well and distort the reality, and you're not going to do it. And if you can't find an example of one person who's got a favorable outcome with this understanding, you're obviously not looking hard enough or you're ignoring what you're seeing. Either way, you've proven right there you're a dunce. Because the rest of us not only have found it over and over again, we've experienced it over and over again. That's the only difference between us. You're a dunce who's lying to yourself and everyone else and ignoring whatever the fuck you see. I and others are believing what we're seeing and we're putting it into action and we're getting results for ourselves to know the truth for ourselves and others. Okay, so you want an example? There's me, there's this guy. If what he's saying is true, he can pull up his documentation. Mitchell's down there in the chat and we can go on and on and on. Because this chat is actually, unlike many other non-content creators, this chat's full of people who are active, who are making choices, who are making changes, who are getting results. Okay?
See, this is the other thing. You are in a position, and I say you, Paul, you'll show the people your paperwork. You'll show the people the truth. I ain't showing nobody. Y'all can fuck off. I don't have to show you shit, right? If you find it, it's a matter of public record. Good for you. I don't owe you anything, and I'm not showing you anything. I'll talk about my situation, and if someone wants to call me a bad faith actor, it's you who's acting in bad faith, assuming what I'm saying is a lie without proving it. I've told you what I've done, and unless they want to show, oh, he's full of shit, and this is where he's lying, okay, now we can have a conversation about me acting in bad faith, but I'm not, right? I'll tell you this, the person that put cuffs on me, not once, but twice, back to back, I drove back to the same precinct that I was held at the very next day that I got out. The same kid that put cuffs on me. I went to school with his older brother. His older brother used to be my neighbor. So this kid is like 4 years younger than me. I know his whole family. My cousin married into his family. It became a family situation. Like Thanksgiving and Christmas was fucking awkward as shit, right? Because he put cuffs on me, and guess what? He ended up losing his job. Same thing with the captain, right? They put stop sticks underneath my tires. They got the whole precinct out. There was 19 people surrounding my vehicle, right? I still got the shit back. Now, the reason why I said before I wouldn't recommend people do this, I still had to pay to get it out, right? They impounded it, right? I still had to pay to get that shit back. It cost me time. It cost me money. It cost me energy. Cost me my focus that I could have been spending on something else. It taught me something. It taught me valuable lessons. I got the experience out of it, but I had an immature understanding of things at that time. And at that time, I thought I had to go to court for everything. And there was so much that I wasn't aware of. Like, I had no clue what equity was back then, right? If you were to try to talk to me about equity and equity jurisprudence and Joseph Story and Henry R. Gibson, all of these different authors, I'm lost. I never heard of them, right? There's a different way to handle things, right? There's a public and private side to everything. You walk into a bank, there's a public and private. The public side is at the counter with the open window and the teller standing in front of you, and the private side is around the corner behind closed doors, sitting at a desk, right? Same thing with the courts. Same thing with the Attorney General's office and all these offices and agencies.
So behavior bender makes a claim or a statement. Claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That's fine. Anyone can dismiss anything. Doesn't mean it's not true. See, that's the thing. You guys are interested in appeal to authority. You're never interested in appeal to the truth and the facts. So, again, the presumption that somebody else is lying and in bad faith is bad faith and dishonor itself.
And I'm not making
Dismissing a claim because you don't have enough evidence doesn't change the facts of the matter, right? So again, there's no appeal to authority here. You and everyone else aren't in an authoritative position, so you don't get to decide that, right? The truth is the truth, and the truth is and if this guy is being honest, him and many others who've come here in other places get results. And it doesn't matter how many inauthentic corporate beta males dismiss the truth and wave it off, it doesn't change the truth is still the truth, okay? Because again, evidence is not proof. This is another thing that many illegal, beagle, indoctrinated slaves can't figure out in the mind trap. Is that I can pile evidence a mile high of any claim for anybody. It doesn't make it true, and it doesn't prove anything. Okay? So that's another one of the aspects of interpreting the complicated facts of the matter of law. Is I can take any one of us here and literally stack evidence a mile high that they're pick a claim. A murderer, a this, a that, or the third. I could stack evidence all day, every day, and make a really great case and perform it in a way where 8 out of 10 people in that court will think that person's this, that, and the third. That doesn't make it true, and evidence is not proof. I would say, thank God that this system isn't run by a bunch of inauthentic corporate males who can't decide right from wrong objectively, but it is. And that's why it's so completely fucked up. Because all of the tenets have been ignored, like beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt clause means 8 out of 10 people at least are going free every single time. I don't care what the charge is. Because you're always going to err on the side of innocent till proven guilty. And it's almost impossible to prove someone's guilty. You can bring evidence, but it's almost impossible to prove. We're now at a point where it literally is impossible to prove anything without beyond a reasonable doubt, because you could just say, I got video of somebody doing everything from A to Z, and someone will say, that's AI, and cast doubt upon the whole thing. And on some level, they could be right. This is the game of court and courting. Is you're literally a bunch of men and women in costumes making a decision on the rest of somebody's life based on supposed purported facts. And 3/4 of the time, no victim. More than that, no victim. and they support this. They support men and women sitting around in costumes somewhere, making decisions on other people's lives and destiny without any injured party, without any victim. It doesn't get any more Luciferian than that. It doesn't get any more Hunger Games than that. What fascinates me is the consciousness of a being who could do that. Like, I do it here and I sleep well at night. There are times where I think I could have handled that person a little bit. I'm just talking here, putting people up or down. I can't imagine what it must be like to walk in every day and get 20 slaves before you and know you're lying to them and slaving them, and then go through the rap with them and the bit, and then you know, put however many out of however many in a box and make that decision about their life. I mean, that to me is, I'll never stop being entertained and fascinated by that. We're going to play God here.
It's Talmudic reasoning.
Well,
Because
it's
they're
always
gonna
the
take-
case.
Yeah, they're going to take a position of, well, we told you the truth. And it's like, well, yeah, you told me the truth in your language, right? That I didn't understand and you knew I didn't understand. And then in bad faith proceeded to speak to me in that language, right? That's what they do.
Right. Again, the being needs to understand and chat. I get what they're typing. It's the here we go with more of the beta language. It's the price of living in a society. It's always the same gambits with these folks. Price of living in a society is what exactly? Is what?
I don't have to live in that society, though. That's the beautiful part of it.
No. You do. See, that's the thing. With
So
the
it's
inauthentic
slavery.
corporate beta males, you have no choice. At some point in the equation, they're gonna hit a wall, and they're gonna tell you in a nice, kind, polite way, you don't have a choice.
So I didn't realize I could read comments while doing this. I saw a little tab. This guy, Low MTB, says jurisdiction is not optional. Let me give you an example, right?
It literally means to speak the law, but go ahead. It's literally in the word is the meaning that it's whatever we say it is. But okay, go ahead.
These are low IQ people, but you know,
it's beyond low IQ. It's clinically dead. It's spiritually dead. Oh, it's not clinically dead. Spiritually dead and almost technically dead.
give
Like,
them
you
some
wouldn't know
stories
these
that they
people
can
were
relate
living if. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
you're on something here.
A while back, this is some years ago, I got a bunch of friends that are Muslim. They come from Senegal, and we had some business arrangements. We were buying and reselling electronics that were like electronic returns, like from Amazon, whatever. So they invited me to go to a mosque with them, and I obliged, because at the time I was checking out all kind of faiths and religions. I'd probably at that point been to over 90 different places of worship, whether it's a temple, a meeting house, a church, a cathedral, whatever, but I'd never been to a mosque. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Let me check it out. So I go there. Now, for the Muslim folks, you know that you're supposed to take your shoes off, right? I had no clue. So I showed up and I didn't take my shoes off. I had my shoes on. I was about to walk in and they stopped me, and they're like super serious about it. They're like, no, you have to take your shoes off. You can't go in there. And then later, it's like a week or two later, I found out if you get caught with your shoes on in there, it's considered a huge dishonor. And some of those mosques, they'll beat you. Right. And some of them, like if you go over to the Middle East, my buddy was telling me, he's like, yeah, some of the mosques that take it to the extreme, you could be stoned to death for having your shoes on. Right. Yet they didn't hold me to that standard because I was not a part of their society.
Of course.
Jurisdiction did not apply. I was a guest in their home. Right. And they extended grace.
A person is defined either as a corporation, a mask for the mask wearer, or a man or a woman who owes a duty and obligation to the society in which they subscribe or are ascribed to. So, of course, a society can't ascribe duties and obligations to a being who's not a part of their society. And of course, a society can't dictate that every individual on a certain land be a part of their society. Go ahead, continue. You're bringing perfect examples, allegory or metaphor here, or you know, anecdotal experiences that apply.
Yeah, this is the equivalent. If you go down south, you're going to see 6 churches. Like, you could stand on one corner and just turn around in a 360 and see 6 different churches in all directions. Every church is its own individual society, right? You don't.
So let me ask you this: do you, for if nothing else, for promotion and marketing purposes, and if not for legal/lawful purposes, and if not just entertainment trolling purposes, do you support the idea of me? Because I've thought about it for a while, and I've thought about a lot of things for a while. I've never gone forward with it, but I'm looping on many different fronts lately. I can tell. I'm looping with Talcott. I'm looping with the panel verse. I'm looping with traveling again and getting arrested. And I'm looping with this idea of creating a society, right? Just to try something, you know, play with it, experiment, and potentially get results with it. And then if so, give the experience away to everyone else's content, because I don't think that these people can do anything we can't do. And that when we do what they do, they don't charge us with fraud. They actually recognize that we have an ability to create our own status and standing, right? They can't deny. Like, I've seen the way these people, normally what they would do is they would charge you with fraudulent instruments, forged instruments, you know. They've never done that with me, right? And the fact that I do get dismissals, or it hasn't gone further for me, proves to me indirectly that that's how you create your own status and standing, just like the Native Americans. They'll say that this is crazy and that if you do that, you'll become an enemy. They might be right. I think it's exactly the opposite. Once you, like you said, state your intentions, your mission statement, declare the existence of your society and the philosophy of which, with no loss, injury, or harm, or direct threat to the public, you would have to be entitled the same rights or protected within the same rights and entitled the same privileges as anybody else from a different status or class, and potentially more so, right? Because there's less duty and obligation. At that point, any individual who would claim to be part of the society of Unslavia would only owe duty and obligation to that society, right? And they would not have to accept duties and obligations of a legal society or any other society outside of that society. And of course, Unslavian society's only duty and obligation would be that beings align themselves as much as possible with what's conscionable, right? What we're able to deduce right from wrong in conscience. Everything else is ethics, and if there's no loss, injury, and harm, it's not immoral. It could be considered unethical, but we're not here to police each other's ethics, right? So it was a rather long-winded way of asking you, do you see, Mr. Private Citizen, any value in this idea of creating our own society and then declaring not only the existence of that society, but being members of that society in order to potentially avoid duties and obligations from legal society? Or is it not necessary? Well, give me an answer, man. I'm not going to give you all the answers you could give me.
My answer is no.
All right, forget it. It's done. Over. I still might do it, but I'll just be the only one. I'll create the society and I'll be the only member, and then I'll get to work it just to troll and see what happens.
I mean, think about it from this standpoint. Your family is your society, right? So everyone can do this on a family level. That's the whole purpose. Now, I would recommend people not necessarily start here unless it's just from a purely historical standpoint. But that's what heraldry is, and your crest, your family crest and all that. That's understanding who and what you are and where you came from, and then preserving your heritage and standing on that. Now, your family is one, right? So historically speaking, and even from like a biblical standpoint and other standpoints in law, when you're speaking to the man of the house, you're speaking to the whole family. The wife or the mother can then go out of the family, go and do things, and she's representing the family, right? She is doing everything with the same authority as if the man himself has done it, right? That's the purpose of having a family. And in my mind, that is a society, right? I don't want in my mind,
it's its own microcosmic society that you owe allegiance to. If citizen means owe allegiance to, then you're a citizen of whatever family, village, community, on and on and on as we extend outward. You know?
And all these other societies start getting into weird cults where they want you to bring their wife over and leave her for the weekend, and it's just
that's definitely me on Slavia. Yeah, you're onto it. This guy's a good judge of character. He's aware. You can tell. He has my number. He pegged me, right? Well, not like that, but yeah, he's got it figured out here. You know, if I did start on Slavian society, one of the tenets would be drop your wife off at least for the weekend, if not for the week, but probably not much longer after that. You do get her back, so we're a very inclusive society at Unslavia. So how would the host, I love these kind of questions. How would the host change our society? There is no our society. America is quote unquote a melting pot for multitude of societies, whether you're aware of it or not. I know that's shocking. A lot of folks live in their own world, in their own self-generated bubble, or a bubble generated by the TV and the culture. The root word is cult. This country, what would be the ideal country according to the host? The presumption is that America wouldn't be the ideal country. I believe that it is. The problem is that the ideal country of America isn't as ideal as it could be because it is not following its foundational principles and tenets as a nation, if you want to call it that, as a corporation. It is strayed from its original intent, motivation, mission statement, and contractual obligations when it comes to service provision. So, yeah, that's pretty simple, straightforward. America is or would be the ideal land and the ideal people and culture if it followed its original intentions and foundational principles, which it hasn't, and that's why it's more and more becoming a collectivist shithole. What else do we have? Let's wrap up. We're an hour and 10 minutes over. Private Citizen, Rick J, give these folks a final word. We're going to wrap up. I just realized we're over an hour and 10 minutes over the allotted time, and I don't want to keep doing these 4, 6, 8, who knows how many hour broadcasts. Try to keep it around 3, especially when we're in the algorithm, right? We did what we came to do here. Final words, Rick J?
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Don't really have anything else to say. Just want to try to get used to everything here and just, appreciate you having me on.
Sure thing, Rick J. Yeah, hang out, man, get more comfortable, and then you'll share more, and we can have more back and forths and see where it all goes. Do some
Absolutely.
fellowship.
Sounds good.
All right, Rick.
All right.
I'll catch you next time, man.
I think final words is just either you're on board supporting folks that are looking to make positive change, not for like harmful intent. And if you're not on board with that, get the fuck out of the way. Because I'll tell you one thing: if you're in my way, I will run you the fuck over with paperwork, right? And as everyone has the ability to do that, but people don't put their brain behind it and understand how. And look, I saw some of the comments I was just reading through earlier, and they're like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Talking about the different times that I got arrested and all that. You know, the last time I got arrested was over 2.5 years ago. I didn't know then what I know now, right? And you got to break away from folks that are looking to sell you a process. They're trying to sell you some freedom because they're patriots, and start focusing on, getting your nose in a book, understanding core principles, and then look at like tangible evidence of like what has been done historically. Like what docket can I pull up? What case law can I pull up and read through? What does the Federal Register say about it? Like you can get your opinions from Reddit, right? Who gives a fuck? It's Reddit. Like, go to an authoritative source, go to acts of Congress and joint resolutions and pull up the Federal Register and like read from the publications and the very source materials themselves. Like, read the treaties. Don't read someone's opinion of the treaty. Read the treaty. Nobody wants to do that, right? Reading these days is too much work. People want to talk about what Tucker Carlson said about something else. Like, he's giving you his opinion on what someone else said. They want to talk about that, right? But it's like, why? I don't need to listen to someone else's opinion. A while back, historically, the news used to be reporting on events that mattered. And then it morphed once some people got involved and they started making it, well, we're going to give you our perception of the situation and we're going to tell you what we think matters of the situation. And then they put a spin on it. They didn't give you the events and allowed you to make your own conclusion. You can't make your own conclusion if you're listening to someone else. You need to go to authoritative source material that you can stand on. If you can't stand on it, it's not worth your attention, right?
Okay,
Just
what
point
about
blank period.
someone like myself who would respond to some statement like that in a way similar as who's to decide who or what an authoritative figure or source is? The truest authority is the truth. If I can align with that and understand what I'm doing objectively and relate it to whatever else is being done,
Yeah.
how am I not in equal, if not more, of an authoritative position when this whole system is supposed to work and or serve for or to me?
Yep,
Right?
yep. So, okay, I'll give you
You
an
get where I'm
analogy.
going with that?
Yeah,
Like
1000%. So let's talk about it from a society standpoint, right? The society of my family. If my wife says something and my kid comes to me and I say something else, whose authority matters most? Mine, right? And my wife will bend a knee to my authority. I said what's going to happen, and she will enforce what I say happens because it's my family, right? In the same sense that from the corporation of the United States of America and the nation, what's an authoritative source? It's not a judge's opinion. It's not an article that's written. It's literally the Federal Register. That is their legal notice to all of the people. The Federal Register. That's what it is. It is acts of Congress. It is, going to these different entities and reading what comes directly out of their main offices. If I don't live in, let's say, Texas, why do I need to concern myself with what the state of Texas is putting out? I'm not a part of that society, right? If I'm going to, let's say I domicile in Austin, Texas, right? Maybe I should be aware of what my neighbor's society has going on. In the same way that if my next door neighbor is a mosque or a Mormon temple, maybe I should concern myself with what their rules and practices are, just from the standpoint of being able to respect them, right? To know where is the delineating line that I don't cross, right? Because we want to be respectful and still stand our ground, right? Like, hey, I know you're my neighbor, you're a mosque, but that's not what I believe in. I'm going to go play my rock and roll music. It's not haram for me, right? So I understand the whole aspect of standing your ground and saying, oh, well, I'm not a part of that society. I agree with that 1000%. But until people fully remove themselves from a certain position, no, you are a part of the society until you can prove otherwise, right? And it's best to be educated about it and at least give them notice, even if you haven't gotten out of the system. Hey, I'm trying to get out. It's my intention to get out. If you have any information to help me get out of this society, you can contact me here, right? Even if you're not out of the system, but if you can put down on paper what your intention is and then handwrite that and put it onto the record, right? That would be my rebuttal. Hopefully I answered that.
all right, private citizen, I'm gonna let you go. Come back, man. I'd like to see and hear some more from you. What I'd like you to do also, if you're willing, of course, is start a channel and or email me. It doesn't have to be, one or the other, but if you're willing and you think there's something I should look at, if you can highlight it, maybe even give your own synopsis, email it to me. You'll see up top there's scrolling links for contribution and support. And one of the links is email. And that goes for everybody, right? If you got something that you think I should look at, something you'd like me to cover or react to or even analyze, or just something that you've gotten remedy with in the past, send it over to my email. But yeah, man, you got a decent speaking voice. You seem to have a good energy about you. If you know what you're talking about and you got results, start a channel and go over these certain things, highlight certain parts of these sort of, long and drawn out documents, and then interpret that or reveal what the meaning is there and how it applies to all of us. If you have something that you think is powerful and meaningful and contributes to the purpose of enslavement, I guess you could say. Thank you, Judge. Absolutely. I'm here anytime. I'm constantly on the bench. I'm constantly on call. Unwavering service here. Unwavering judgment. It's what I do best. All right, putting Rick J out. Rick J, come back. Get used to the place so you could be more engaging. That's part of the process. That goes for other people as well. If you've been here for a while, if you've been wanting to or hoping to engage, but you're kind of scared, Come up, hang out. I won't press you too much, if at all. And I'll let you acclimate, right? Folks may need to acclimate to the environment on the panel, non-panel, in order to engage more, share more, and feel more confident, right? Confident, the root word is confide, as in speaking your truth to other people, especially in public. Okay. I think we're good to go. I'm feeling rather complete. My incompletion. Like, share, subscribe, restream, all of that. Keep us in the algorithm. Keep us YouTube friendly as much as we can maintain it. And we're back. Who knows when? Maybe tomorrow, if you guys are lucky. God of all media, making a back-to-back presentment, appearance, so to speak. Paul unabrogated on the way out. Say goodnight to the bad guy. Blessings to the contributors and supporters and all people. Why not? Who's love?
God damn it, Paul.
1796, so we're going back a ways, and you know how stupid people were back then and how smart everyone is now. I mean, that's clear. The majority, quote, shall prevail is a rule posterior to the formation of government and results from it. It is not a rule binding upon mankind in their natural state. There, every man is independent of all laws, except those prescribed by nature. He is not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow man without his consent. Holy crap. Holy cows, man. Imagine that concept, huh? Yeah, well, you could just step back from it and imagine just one generation after the next incarnating here, the pure conscious and awareness that we call the Holy Spirit, just kind of, reduced down to what seems to be an individual state. And it's just one crop after the next. They come here, they focus on all the crap and the ways of the world. They're a part of all the things that the system wants them to be a part of. And they just stay away from all that other stuff the system tells them not to be a part of, including upholding rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and being a whacked out sovereign citizen, right? It just happens to work perfectly. But not so much anymore, because folks like myself are talking common sense from a common core energetic position that kind of is somewhat relatable to all people at this time, more and more as we experience as well. So we're on divine timing here, right? Everything is as it should be. It's perfect in its imperfection. And as we move forward, more and more folks will realize, that's the reason that we incarnate in this realm and what we're actually doing here. It wasn't all the side quests, right? It's just like a video game. You got the main missions and then you got side quests. How many folks buy Grand Theft Auto or whatever the games are where they have the open world, and instead of going on the mission to complete the game or develop their character attributes, spend time at the strip club in the game, right? Fucking the hooker only to kill her and throw her in the trunk because it's interesting. We want to see what's going to happen. It's cool. So that's the metaphor in a way. That's the allegory of what we have going on here. We have an open world simulation. There's main missions that are programmed into the game, and then there's side quests and fuck off time. And most folks never take on the main missions because they spend their whole time side questing and fucking off. Most of the audience and most people are not going to come to watch and listen because they're going to have to do some fucking work, and they're lazy, procrastinating, cowardly slaves. That's most of the audience of the United States corporation, if you haven't noticed. So they're always going to water seeks its own level, right? So that's one way of putting it forth that we would buy into and would make sense. In a way, what you would have to say is, I'm too good, or I'm too real. I'm too focused on what's important and what's meant to happen that most don't want to focus on or activate for, right? The people who are ahead of their time, who are doing what needs to be done, who are sacrificing to put themselves and their life on the line to get it done and having results, they're not going to be propped up. They're not going to be as well known. Maybe once they die a couple hundred years after that, someone will take some more notice, right? The flock, the masses, the Babylonians, tend to stay in their cults.
Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo,
tell me a plea. I'm a really big deal, you must listen to me. As you can see, I'm totally real. You can tell it's true, cause I'm a really big deal. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Dabba-Doo-Ba-Ba-Ba-Boo. You there, self-sit, what's your plea? If you're really, really good, I might lessen the fee. You don't have a choice, you're in my court, and you better hurry up, my temper is short. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Dabba-Doo-Ba-Ba-Ba-Boo. Silly self-sit, when you're gonna see the only option you got is to tell me a plea. As the people I represent society, you're criminal scum, now listen to me. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Dabba-Doo-Ba-Ba-Ba-Boo. Oh, stand me up, this man is unsafe. Slave him up quick before he gets away. Wait, hold on now, what do you mean fiction? Your Honor, I bet he's got a drug addiction. He wants to challenge jurisdiction. Oopie-doo, Scooby-Dabba-Doo-Ba-Ba-Ba-Boo. Your Honor, I'm thinking about doing a no-load. Dismiss the case, or maybe call it a no-show. Please hurry up if you've got any tricks. This must be how self-sits get their kicks. We don't got a choice, we gotta let him go before he gets fees and realizes it's his show. If he can make a claim, then he can't make me pay. It's clear now these sadists think this is foreplay. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Dabba-Doo-Ba-Ba-Boo.
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.